Hi, morning everyone. Just check that this sound is working. It's sort of getting slightly ominous. Morning, thank you all. We've slightly like the two Ronnies, me and George, and I feel very honoured to be sitting or standing alongside him at this Conservative Environment Network Nature Conference. And it's sort of a huge moment, really. We started the Conservative Environment Network a little over a decade ago, and we've been certain champions of the conservative environment movement, including, for example, Stanley over there, a lot longer than that. But in a formal context, the Conservative Environment Network is a decade old. And I guess most of us can remember nature ranking somewhere alongside stamp collecting in terms of the national conversation, and particularly among conservatives who love nature. Chancellors standing up at budget day and announcing at the very end, £1 million for fixing church roofs and £1 million for planting trees in the north or some such, and we were all supposed to celebrate that. And my goodness, that has changed in the last 3 or 4 years, which is enormously rewarding for those of us in the Conservative Environment Network who've been pushing for this for a decade. We've now got 135 Conservative parliamentarians in our caucus, which makes us one of the most influential voting blocs or pressure groups within the Conservative government. A lot of those are younger MPs, Red Wall MPs, and they are deeply committed to the pathway to net zero and to the challenge of restoring nature. We've also got a huge and growing network of councillors and an even bigger network of grassroots supporters who are agitating on this. It seems to me that the public is now aware that conservatives take the environment seriously. I think we're the only country in the world in which the public considers conservatives to be more responsible on the environment than anyone else. The polling has been pretty astonishing, and I have friends in the conservative movement in America and in Canada who have no idea how we've done this. It's almost impossible for a conservative politician in the United States, for example, to talk seriously about nature or climate. But it wasn't really like that historically. This idea of a kind of Burkean contract between the living, the dead, and the unborn was sort of central to what it has always meant to be a conservative in the past. The idea of stewardship of our shared inheritance, the idea of responsibility towards future generations, the idea of kind of fundamental resilience in the fabric of our places. These were central for the likes of Theodore Roosevelt. We call teddy bears because Teddy Roosevelt gave the black bear protection. Nixon is remembered for other things, but was by far the most environmentalist president the US ever had. It was Nixon who declared that all American water should be fishable, swimmable, drinkable, announcing the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, the Endangered Species Act, the creation of the Environmental Protection Agency, which Trump spent those years trying to dismantle. And of course, Reagan and Thatcher. I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of Thatcher's pronouncements on climate in '89 and again in '91, '92. And the efforts that Reagan and Thatcher together put into establishing the Montreal Protocol, which solved the ozone problem, an existentially terrifying problem that has comprehensively been fixed by cooperation between world governments at the behest of Reagan and Thatcher. So conservatives haven't always been crap on the environment. It's been a blip, I'd say, a blip that has compassed most of my adult life until the last few years. And so here we are in the Conservative Environment Network Nature Conference. We've devoted a huge amount of attention in our first decade to securing a commitment for net zero and working on all of the issues and things that entails. Nature is the other side of that coin. I'd say that there's some interesting science emerging around the mini ice age of 1650 to 1850. I don't know how many people know, but the Thames used to freeze. It froze to the extent that there used to be some sort of circus or fair or party that took place on a whole number of winters, maybe 25 times. People had a kind of 2-week, 3-week-long fair on the frozen Thames. The thinking now is the reason for that mini ice age was the dramatic drawdown of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere during quite a short period of time following the abandonment of great tracts of farmland in the Americas from South America all the way up into the eastern seaboard, the annihilation by Europeans of Native American Indians, and obviously by the viruses that went with those Europeans, meant that huge amounts of land were abandoned and an enormous amount of vegetation regenerated, and out of that tragedy, a mini ice age was born. And what it shows is that if we allow nature to recover in all its forms, not just trees, but savannas, prairies, coastal salt marshes, seagrass, if we allow it to recover, it will absorb enormous amounts of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and is therefore a crucial tool in our armory for bringing climate change under control. I mean, I'd go so far as to say that even if we achieve net zero on time, and if the COP program is a huge success, if we don't simultaneously fix nature, I'd argue that we're toast. So that's why we're doing this work here now. We're launching our Send Nature program and hosting this conference. So in terms of order of play, we will have George, who's going to talk after me, and he's going to answer questions from those of us that have them. I'm sure he'll be inundated with questions. And then we are going to have a whole bunch of speakers, including some MPs from the Send Caucus, Tony Juniper, Chair of Natural England, the renowned historian Tom Holland, who won't want to talk about the fact that that we bowled his team out for 43 last summer, we being my little family cricket team. And there'll be some gaps for coffee and refreshments and so on. But before we do that, I just want to delve briefly into the why and the how. In terms of the why, well, the climate argument, I think, is the one that is sharpening attention most pointedly on nature. But there's also an economics argument. People are starting to realize across the board that the environment is really, or nature, is no subsidiary of the economy. It's the other way around. All economic activity depends absolutely on healthy nature. And they say that money makes the world go around. Well, I think that truth is starting to work in our favor as businesses across industrial sectors, economists, and decision makers are realizing the enormous threat that the collapse of nature poses to our economies. But I think there's a third angle, and that is the issue of human well-being, not just physical well-being, but mental well-being, spiritual well-being. We all experienced a great need for time spent in nature during the lockdowns. We were forced to explore nature in our immediate locality. And I think not just in our country, but everywhere, people realized quite how important nature is to their lives in that moment. And at the same time, people realized how clear the air can be when traffic is cleared from the roads. You know, how noisy the birdsong is when all the industrial noise fades away. You know, how vivid with color road verges that aren't mown because everyone's off on lockdown. And I think people had a glimpse of what vibrant nature can be. But just at this moment where this sort of upwelling of love for nature began to take shape, people found a terribly depleted picture around them. We live in one of the most nature-depleted countries on Earth. Countless species have been lost altogether, including most of our large charismatic mammals, birds. Those that remain often cling on in small patches of nature, which have been cared for diligently in recent decades by conservationists and NGOs, or by nature-friendly farmers in our parks and so on. We rank alongside Kuwait, Malta, Ireland. Ireland, I think, is even worse than us. This is something that people have not realized until recently. Those photographs we see on Instagram, our friends go into the Highlands of Scotland, desperately overgrazed landscape, and they post about the wildness that they find around them, you know, our drained wetlands. I think that this is a realization that has gripped the British public, and now there is a clamor for restoration. You only have to look at the attention that the white stork reintroduction in Sussex garnered. Millions of shares of those articles. Everyone has heard about it. Beavers, Prime Minister mentions of this government will be remembered. I think in years to come, Mrs. May will be remembered for her net zero pledge, and she'll be remembered for setting in movement the transition in rural payments, the beginning of the Environment Bill work, and all of that stuff. I think this will be the crowning achievement of Michael Gove's career. I think for sure this will be the great achievement of George's career, is these things that are happening now. And the frameworks have largely been built. The Environment Act is a triumph, hundreds of pages, and covering everything from single-use plastics to nature recovery targets. It's probably the best piece of legislation, people have told me, on environment of any of the major countries of the world. The Agriculture Act 2020, I think, is the biggest win for nature we've ever seen in this country. Transitioning away from unconditional subsidies for farmers and landowners towards a system that directly rewards stewardship of the land that they're farming. And that is divided across 3 tiers, of course, of escalating ambition. And I think I think we will see and smell and feel and hear the change in our countryside very, very fast as that rolls out. So now it's all about delivery and implementation, I think that's where we should focus our attention today. How are we going to use these frameworks to really deliver the change that's needed? And how are we going to show the rest of the world how a country which has been one of the first to industrialize, which has been intensively managed for millennia, how does it go about restoring streaks and patches of wildness through its countryside, through its cities, in its seas? How do we do that? Because we've very often in the past led the way in terms of thinking about these kind of problems, and I think we can lead the way in terms of nature restoration and show the world how. Are you happy there?
Great. Well, look, thank you very much, Ben, for that introduction. And I just wanted to begin by really thanking you for everything that you've done, leading SEN, supporting SEN. It's just extraordinary what's been achieved over the last decade or so with this organisation. We've now got a caucus of over 100 Conservative MPs. I have a very talented special advisor in Megan, who cuts her teeth here, so sorry for taking her away from you, but you've still got Jack, another Cornishman, in your ranks. But it is extraordinary what's been done, and SEN has shifted the dial, I think, in terms of the perceptions around our party and engagement of our party in these really important issues. And of course, one of the first roles that I did in politics was as an advisor to David Cameron. And of course, 15 years ago, it was all about vote blue, go green, as some of you will call. Not all of you would have been around then. But it was a very, very important part of David Cameron's agenda in opposition, a very important part of changing the Conservative Party to make it electable again in those days. And it was born out of a genuine commitment to these issues. David Cameron did actually believe in these. He had people around him, probably most notably Oliver Letwin, who was also passionate about these issues and made it an important part of the agenda on which David Cameron then came to power in 2010. Now, sadly, the pressures of coalition government, the compromises that had to be made, the dangers of dealing with the sort of financial crisis at the time meant that, in my view, we probably lost the emphasis that we had on that green agenda that we came into to government with, and that's a shame. There were some good things done, the Blue Belt, so there were positive things that were done during those years, but not as much as I would have liked to have seen. And that's why I think it's great with SEN in place, with Boris Johnson as our Prime Minister, that the environment and building back greener is once again front and centre of our agenda in government. And that is absolutely right that should be the case, because we are Conservatives and we believe in conserving things. And in fact, down the ages, it was Conservative governments that introduced legislation to clean up our rivers. It was Anthony Eden who brought in the Clean Air Act in 1956 to deal with the Great Smog. As Ben pointed out, Margaret Thatcher herself was one of the key political leaders in the 80s, highlighting the risk from greenhouse gases and setting in train work at the UN, culminating in the various COPs that we have now that are starting to make some genuine progress. And it was in Theresa May's government that we became one of the first countries in the world to make that legal commitment to net zero. So we've now got the Environment Act in place. It's a flagship bill. It was a long time coming. In common with many of our post-Brexit bills, we got there on the third attempt. and it took us over a year actually to get it through, and it straddled 2 sessions. But it was a huge bill and an important bill, and we're working now in earnest to deliver the governance architecture and all of the other provisions that flow from the Act. And so we're doing a lot of work at the moment on the targets that we will set under the Act. That's probably the central plank of our governance. We're looking at where we need new targets to fill in the gaps between some of the existing inherited ones that we have from other conventions and indeed through retained EU law. And we're trying with those targets to make sure that they tell the whole story. And what I mean by that is, I think too often in the past we've had composite targets like good and favourable condition or good ecological status that are made up of a multitude of different measures. In the case of water quality, 8 or so different factors. And the danger with those sorts of composite measures is you focus on getting things just below the line to being just above, when actually what we must try to strive to do for our environment, if we want to see biodiversity recover, is strive to make improvements across the piece. And just because you won't get a particular watercourse back to good ecological status in the near term, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be tackling diffuse pollution. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't be improving our sewage infrastructure to reduce nutrient pollution. And it doesn't mean you should do nothing to tackle mining contamination, for instance. So one of the things we're trying to do with the targets that we're setting is make sure that we unpack some of those composite targets so that there's a genuine incentive and proper focus on government to pursue those things which are important. We're also shortly going to publish the environmental principles guidance, which will apply to all government departments. It's a requirement of the Act that those environmental principles, such as the polluter pays principle, the rectify at source principle, and of course the precautionary principle, which is the one people tend to focus on, that's going to be a legal requirement on all government departments, and we'll be publishing guidance on that shortly. The OEP has been established, and I think Dame Glenys Stacey's made a good start on that. And of course, they've got some early work to do assessing the Environment Improvement Plan and our annual update that will be coming on that later this year. And then, of course, we've got in place other policies as well to deliver these targets. And key among that is the change to our agriculture policy. The Agriculture Act represents a fundamental shift in what we're doing conceptually. Rather than having an area-based subsidy for farmers, effectively a subsidy for land ownership or tenure, and then a complex rule book bolted on to that subsidy, what we're saying is let's be clearer about what we're trying to achieve. So let's not subsidise land ownership, but let's instead pay landowners or people tenanting land, let's pay them for the things that we want them to do, the activities and the interventions that we know will move the dial, make space for nature, and improve things like water quality and soil health. So we've got those 3 key components: the sustainable farming incentive, which is absolutely crucial to delivering that key target that we've got on species abundance and halting the decline of nature, because we will only get big changes in our environment if we affect change across the whole farmed landscape. And we won't deliver either for our protected sites nor for nature more broadly unless we improve the quality of our rivers and the water in our rivers. And we will only do that if we improve soil health and the way we manage our soils. And we will only deliver for invertebrates and insects if we create space for nature around hedgerows, which is probably our single most important ecological building block. And we will only see farmland birds recover if we have overwintered food available in those hedgerows, and if we have those invertebrates in buffer strips and so on around field boundaries. So it won't be enough simply to focus all our efforts on protected sites or land use change. We will only hit our targets by getting that change across the farm landscape, and that's why the sustainable farming incentive really is a crucial part of it. We also know, though, that there are many farmers who will have bits of the holding where it's not particularly productive, maybe down in a valley near a river that it's a bit too wet and isn't that suitable for farming. And so the local nature recovery component of our agriculture policy is saying to those farmers, we will pay you to plant woodland, to create water features, to make space for nature on those parts of your holding that are not particularly productive. And you can therefore gain an income from those areas of your holding that actually is probably better for you financially than trying to farm those areas of land. So the local nature recovery component is also going to be really important. And then the final component is the landscape recovery, which is much more about fundamental land use change. And we're unapologetic about this, and we have to be very explicit about it. That if we're going to hit those tree planting targets that we've set ourselves, and if we're going to achieve what we need to through the restoration of certain peatlands, that does mean some land use change. There's no getting away from that. And landscape recovery is very much around incentivizing, supporting that land use change in some parts of our country, in some landscapes. We've still got around 9.3 million hectares of farmland in England alone. And so the total area that we're seeking to have land use change on is still a relatively small proportion of the overall English farmland area. But nevertheless, it will be important. So the agriculture policy is a big component of it. The second key area is around biodiversity net gain. This brings the concept of net gain into the planning system. We estimate that it'll release probably around £200 million a year for local authorities to direct into a very localised projects for nature. It could be local nature reserves, it could be encouraging, improving public access, it could be hardwiring nature into new housing developments. It's going to be a very important component, and we're doing a lot of work at the moment on a biodiversity net gain and the local nature recovery strategies that local authorities will prepare that goes with that. So there's a huge amount going on, but the point I wanted to make today is while it's important that we have targets, it's important that we have something that we're aiming for, it is also very important that when we contemplate how we will deliver progress to those targets, we recognize that the environment is incredibly complex. And there are a multitude of different interactions in the ecosystem. And there's a tendency in Whitehall to look at these things in a very bean counterish way and say, we put X million pounds in and we get Y number of robins back out of the system. And it is not a transactional thing. Mankind cannot enter a transaction with nature and think that you put in X and you get out Y. It's way more complicated than that. And if we want to genuinely make progress for nature, we've got to recognize that complexity. And I've said many times before that one of the books that's influenced me most that I've read in recent years is an old book by Sir Albert Howard, who is seen by many as the father of the organic movement, but a book written between the wars, and a huge focus on soil health and the importance of soil health to the ecosystem and everything else that flows from it, crop health as well as the environment and the health of the environment. And it's one of those, it's for that reason that soil and soil health is one of the areas we've started on with the Sustainable Farming Incentive. But Sir Albert Howard was also scathing of the tendency even then to want to measure everything in silos and to have ever more specialist scientific experts who look at just one area, one piece of the jigsaw at great detail, and all too often fail to step back and understand and observe what's happening in the broader picture. And we have to be able to do that if we want to deliver for nature. Otherwise, we will be condemned to trying to have a transaction with nature where we think we can put X in and get Y out. And what that really means is that we have to think about the health of the whole ecosystem. And we have to recognize that the ecosystem is way too complex in some ways for mankind to understand, let alone try to manage. And therefore, having some sort of key principles where we focus on the health of the ecosystem rather than just looking at individual components of the environment really does matter. And it matters too that we think not just about the target in absolute numbers, but trends. It's getting the trends moving in a positive direction that matters as much as anything. And I think no project has demonstrated this better than NEP in the last 20 years. It's a great example of a project where there actually wasn't much there for nature. There wasn't much there at all. It was a conventional farm trying to farm on difficult land. And the lesson is that just by letting go of the reins, making a space for nature, getting off nature's back, allowing nature to recover, nature has a way of finding its own path back. And what they found is that in a relatively short space of time, within a decade, 10, 15 years, they had farmland birds like nightingales returning in good numbers, a whole host of butterflies and moths that they hadn't seen for decades on the farm returning. And I think we can learn from that. And so one of the final things I wanted to say is that there's a piece of unfinished business, even with all the acts of Parliament that we've put in place. And that is thinking carefully about our protected sites. We've set an ambition to protect 30% of terrestrial land by 2030. And there is an important piece of work to do to look at all of the existing designations we have and their coherence and how they sit together, but also how we can find new ways of designating new areas with willing landowners, and to do that in a more agile way, and to make space for nature and designate areas that might not actually have a huge number of features there now, but might do if you treat them in the right way. And so we're looking at the coherence of our existing protections. We have a particular problem in that the existing designations we have grown up in an ad hoc way, often in response to different pieces of EU legislation. It's often been the case that when we've been under pressure to designate an SAC, the scientists have said, well, there isn't really a case for it, but we have to do it legally, so let's just put it where we've already got a triple SI. So there's a huge amount of SACs overlaid over triple SIs. And then there's another problem that where we have designated SACs or SPAs in the past, haven't really had the powers to manage them, so they've designated them as a triple SI again for good order to give them the management powers. That means there's a huge amount of overlap of different designations with slightly different approaches piled one on top of the other. And what we really need to do is to step back and think, what are we trying to achieve with these designations? Can we bring some simplicity and clarity to what we're trying to achieve, and some uniformity in a way about the way that different legal designations work. But within that, recognize the specific features of each individual site so that you can manage it in a tailored way with a site improvement plan for that site. But the final thing is, can we find new ways of making space for nature? And I know that Tony Juniper, I think who's speaking here later, I can't see him at the moment, yes, he's Tony Juniper's been very keen on the idea of whether we could designate more national nature reserves under the existing legislation that we have under the 1949 Act. And the great thing about a national nature reserve in comparison with the others is you can designate them quite quickly. What we need is willing landowners who are willing to make that journey. We can make it financially worth their while through the new policy tools that we have. And you could designate a whole new generation of national nature reserves, a coalition of the willing landowners working with our agencies to really deliver for nature, and to try to make space for nature in areas where it doesn't exist, so that we change our mindset away from just trying to fight the tide of decline on an ever smaller number of protected sites that were protected for particular features, and actually try to strike out and set aside new areas for nature to recover and build back. I think it's going to be a really important part of our work to see nature's recovery. It links to all of the work we're doing as well on the nature recovery strategies, but also the nature recovery network as well, which will underpin a lot of this. And it's the final piece of the jigsaw, I think, on the legal side before we really roll our sleeves up and start delivering for nature. But thank you very much. conservative. We are conservatives. We believe in conserving things. And the challenge that we face as a society, as a planet, right, with the declining species, declining biodiversity, more and more species being moved closer to extinction, alongside those risks of climate change as well, are absolutely fundamental. And as conservatives, we believe in conserving things. So I don't regard this as a woke agenda at all.
I think what terrifies lots of us in this room is that we've seen environment policy go up the agenda and then be discarded very quickly in the past, or we've seen it lose importance quite dramatically. And some of these big wins are potentially transformational, and our terror is that they slip from our grasp. And so when we see presenters on GB News or newspaper columnists referring to these things as woke and pandering to a certain kind of special interest, rather than absolutely fundamental to the ongoing survival of our species and the ongoing vibrancy of our economy and our society, it frightens us. So what is the danger, do you think, not just during your time, but what is the danger during the next Secretary of State's time, the next Prime Minister's time, that these things slip away? Or are we baking them in such a way that it's quite difficult to imagine reversal?
Well, I think it's always the case. If you believe, as I do, in democracy, you've got to put your confidence in Parliament and in governments. And I think there's been, one of the disconcerting things, if you like, about the debate that we had in the context of the environment over Brexit. People know where I stood on that. Is a tendency for people to say that democratic societies cannot deliver for the environment. It's only by having some technocratic thing that's taken out of the hands of elected politicians that you can get things done. And I don't accept that, and I think it's dangerous to buy into it, because if you do buy into it, democracy will come back. So you've got to make sure that our democratically elected politicians own this and drive it forward. And if you have that democratic accountability, then you will actually get more decisive interventions. They will be more effective and less, if you drag people there through this or that piece of litigation, the danger is you don't actually achieve things. But if a government really wants to deliver for nature, and it's got a parliament that wants to deliver for nature, and that matters to people, that's how you'll get change. So I think you've got to place your confidence in democratic governments. But then alongside that, obviously we have said, because you need long-term endeavour to make differences to these things. We did it, I think, with the Climate Change Act, and there's now cross-party consensus about things like renewable energy and the work we need to do in that area. I think we can do it as well and have a cross-party consensus on halting the decline of nature and reversing it and pursuing species abundance. And if we can get cross-party consensus on that and a governance regime and a targets regime that commits us all to that long-term endeavour, then I think we can maintain progress on this.
I'd like to ask a question about my favourite topic, which is species reintroductions. I think that at the charismatic end, I think there are sort of they're totemic in raising public awareness about the need to restore what we've lost. The storks that I mentioned returning to Sussex, beavers, and so on, discussions around the return of lynx. But at the smaller end, I believe they're essential. Water voles, for example, have disappeared from most of our waterways. Fossorial water voles and root voles have disappeared from most of our meadows. Corn crates have disappeared from our meadows. Pool frogs have disappeared. There's loads of smaller species that might not be so charismatic, that even if we restore landscapes and weave nature back through our farmed landscapes, they won't come back without concerted effort through reintroduction. And I wonder whether the government plans on looking at this, making it easier to import species, providing support, both regulatory and financial, for captive breeding, and really just ramping up the ambition. We need to be pouring these species back into our landscapes in the places where they won't come back by themselves.
Yes, I agree. And so we've set up a task force on species reintroductions. And my view on this is, so beavers is an area that we've already had some, and I can remember when I first joined the department, it was the beginning of the beaver on the River Otter fiasco, where I can remember when I arrived, the critique was that DEFRA had found beavers on this river for the first time in 500 years. And of course, the advice from DEFRA was we should kill them because we don't know what the impact will be. And there was a big controversy around that. And I can remember actually David Cameron saying to me, let's just focus on one species at a time. We have our badger cull, what we have to do. Leave the beavers alone. At that point, the beavers also had some kits, and then for animal welfare reasons, it wasn't possible to capture them until after their kits had grown up, and then actually at some point we chucked the towel in. But I think...
chuck the towel in and chucked a few more beavers in.
Chucked a few more beavers.
To strengthen the population.
And there are some issues. In Scotland there have started to be some challenges with beavers moving to areas where actually they start to cause some issues. So it's not always straightforward. You do need some kind of regulatory regime around releases, so they're not just released randomly without thought. And so there should be a licensing process that Natural England oversee and some genuine thought given to where they should be released. And that's what we intend to put in place. The final thing I'd say is, for me, because this has become quite a contentious issue, and it's contentious because there's a tendency for people to focus on charismatic carnivores like wolves and lynxes, and that, for obvious reasons, causes alarm with farmers for reasons I can entirely understand. But below that, there are actually, as you said, a huge number of other species that we should, that are either lost entirely from our islands, and we should be thinking of ways to reintroduce them, all sorts of different species of bird, for instance, and other areas where they've been lost from certain landscapes, and we could help to reintroduce them to those areas. In the last 20 years, there's been a fantastic project in Cornwall to reintroduce the Cornish chough. And they brought some birds, raised some in captivity and released those, and the RSPB did some work as well around trying to help the habitat restore. So this can be done, and it's an important area of work.
And they're now being moved from Cornwall to Kent. The Wildwood Trust is restoring choughs to Kent. When we have questions in the crowd, there's a mic. So should we start with Adrian Gahan from National Geographic over there? We can all guess what Adrian's going to ask.
Hi, Secretary of State. Is this on? It's on. Just wanted to ask how things are going on banning trawling in the offshore MPAs around England's waters.
Yes, we're very much looking at this. So, and in particular, Dogger Bank is the key area. This is something that was elusive for many years. So the UK wanted to introduce some measures and some restrictions. Because it was an offshore MPA, we could only do so with the blessing of the EU, and the EU were clear that they would only give that blessing if there was a consensus among all of the countries that had a potential fishing interest. And we could never get other countries like, particularly I think the Netherlands and Denmark to engage, closely on that. And as a result, change remained elusive. But we have now consulted on what we intend to do, and we are in the process of communicating our intentions to the European Union. But it's different this time. It's whereas in the past we kind of needed their permission and their blessing. It's now much more the fact of the courtesy of giving them a period of notice and explaining to them what we've decided to do.
Olivia Rudgard from The Telegraph.
Thank you. Hi, Secretary of State. I wanted to ask, you mentioned the polluter pays principle in your speech. So I wanted to ask about regulation. This week, the Environment Agency has been called toothless, people alleging that it doesn't have the cash to carry out its environmentally protective functions. So I wanted to see if you had a response to that. And secondly, on rivers, it's been a very high-profile area at the moment. So James Bevan called for polluting bosses to receive jail sentences, and I wondered if you would echo that call. Thank you.
So there have been some particular challenges where the Environment Agency have discovered, I think, that some water companies have actually been breaching the conditions of their environmental permits. And so they are investigating that at the moment. And we're also clear that we will bring prosecutions against water companies that are breaking the law.
There was a landmark case last year against Southern Water and a very significant fine of around £100 million on that particular water company for its own failings. So where they breach the law, we are taking action, enforcement action, and the Environment Agency do that. Obviously, the Environment Agency is the largest agency we have by a very long way. It's got 10,500 staff. It's a very large organisation, bigger than all of the other arm's length bodies that DEFRA has. So it does have resources, but within that we have also helped identify some additional funds and some additional people so that it can do more work on diffuse pollution, because over the years it's tended to deprioritise that diffuse pollution work over other activities, and we now want them to focus on that some more. So we've helped them identify some additional stuff. And we're also looking, when it comes to water quality, at joint tasking between Natural England, who have a really important role on water quality, particularly through the catchment-sensitive farming work that they lead on, and the Environment Agency, which has more the sort of regulatory role. And I'm very keen to see whether we can join those activities up so that there's a more coherent approach coming from a single team of people rather than two different organisations acting in a similar space.
Before you ask a question, Stanley Johnson is the big gorilla of conservative environmentalism. He's been fighting for nature in conservative circles for decades, more decades than he'd care to admit. Stanley.
Well, picking up on that point, I'm just reminded of being in the Conservative Research Department as their first environmental officer in 1969, in the run-up to the June 1970 election, which, if you remember, the Conservatives won under Mr. Heath. And it was quite an interesting moment trying to get Mr. Heath to be passionate. And finally, we knew he'd won the battle when he wrote an article in The Spectator saying Conservatives are a natural environmental party. Wonderful to have your speech today and the preliminary speech by Ben. And I'm thinking to myself, gosh, how life has moved on since 1969. And if I may make a totally objective comment here, I do think the Prime Minister, who has had a lot of things to think about, has led the way on this. And part of the reason we've got the targets, which George was talking about, the 30% nature protection, and stopping and rolling back the loss of biodiversity, is actually just the leadership of the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, the Ministry of Environment, the DEFRA. I'm thinking of Rebecca, I'm thinking of Richard Benyon, I'm thinking of your brother, Zach. And what a team. I cannot imagine we've had such a team for a very long time. Now, because I spent 20 years on the EU side, I wanted just to mention the international dimension of this. And George, you rightly said that we have these targets. The machinery we have set in place now under the Environment Act is very important. But I wanted also to say that actually there's some other tools out there which are going to be really, really important. And the very good news is that in December last year, if we can still remember it, December last year, the 800 sites which were already part of the UK's contribution to Natura 2000, that's the SPAs and the SACs, and even the SCIs, which are Sites of Special Conservation Interest, were all formally part of the Emerald network of the Council of Europe. And so my appeal really at this moment would be to say, remember what a huge contribution we made over 20 years, the UK did, to the evolution of European, that is to say, EU environmental policy. Yes, we've left the EU, but we have not left Europe. It's jolly important to remember that. And the Council of Europe Berne Convention, which is nature protection, sites of special scientific interest, really important document. I woke up last night and I reread the whole thing. Well, whatever happens as a result of our domestic legislation, we are signatories to the Council of Europe Convention. There's a tremendous opportunity now for George and his whole team to say, let's actually say at a European level, we will really push now to make our voice heard in the Council of Europe. And by the way, we chair the Standing Committee. And so my last query is, okay, you talked, George, in your last few minutes about designations. We have now lost, of course, the SPA designation. We've lost the SCI designation. There are a lot of sites out there which still are part of the Emerald Network. So let's trumpet that. Let's say, here we have, and you could even have a competition. Not a boating with boat-face competition, but you could say, well, what is the best possible flag for these 800? And they cover, by the way, 9% of the territory of the United Kingdom. They're a fantastically important element to meet these international targets. So, George, if you would, just a word or two about the international dimension and the European dimension of our work. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that was such a long question. No. So sorry.
Well, so we're absolutely remain committed to the, as you described, the Emerald Network. So although terms like the nature sites, there was an EU term, and that's, that process has fallen away. But all the existing designations have been obviously brought across through retained EU law, and so we haven't lost them, they're there. There's a question about how we bring coherence to them and deal with some of this sort of duplication and overlapping, which we're looking at. But on your wider point, yes, the international conventions like the Berne Convention that we've signed up to, we remain absolutely committed to, but it's just we'll be delivering on those objectives through national policies. I can remember when I first came to the department, actually, one of the older civil servants who'd been there for quite a few decades, I was talking to them about the environment and the genesis of the different things. And he had been there during the Callaghan government. And what he pointed out to me, which I hadn't really appreciated, is at that point, it was sort of a familiar story of the UK's position in Europe, that in the 70s, the then Labour government believed that the environmental objectives were best delivered by national governments, and that actually the right thing to do was to sign up to the Berne Convention and these international conventions, but then to have the freedom to actually deliver them on a national scale. And they made that argument, but obviously in the sort of familiar fashion, it went against us, and this ended up becoming an occupied EU competence, and then the rest is history. So it's not such a radical thing to be saying that we should sign up to conventions like Berne and the objectives under that, and absolutely embrace the internationalism that goes with that, because these are global challenges. But then to have that agility that you gain and focus that you gain by being able to deliver for these at a national level rather than a supranational level, as we have done in the last few decades.
We've got one of our champion councillors who's helped us build the councillor network, no end, Joe Porter.
Thank you very much, Ben. Councillor Joe Porter, Cabinet Member for Climate Change and Biodiversity at Staffordshire Moors District Council. I also work for UK 100 as well. Just wanted to ask you, Secretary of State, obviously you've said about nature recovery networks, and I think that's fantastic. I'm very much supportive of that. In the Staffordshire Moorlands, we're part of the Peak District National Park, we're the South West Peak District, and obviously we're part of Staffordshire as a county. So what I'd like to know from you is, what do you see as the next stage of the role of local government in helping to tackle nature and climate change over the next 5 years, with particular reference to the role of national parks? Because I think national parks are fantastic. I think we've got to utilise them far more than we are at the moment with tackling climate change.
Well, Joe, I think you're absolutely right. And we've just published our final response to the Glover Review that looked at national parks and AONBs. And the key conclusions from that we're now taking forward. First of all, because Julian Glover said there was a lack of strategic join-up between the different national parks and the AONBs, which have been a sort of Cinderella designation in some ways for far too long. We should have a national landscapes partnership that brings those together and improves coordination and gets sort of more strategic input to the things that they should do together. So we will be taking that forward. But the crucial thing is to change the purposes of national parks so that we strengthen the work and their role on nature's recovery. Because they have a role for that, but they've got a lot of other roles as well. And we want to give them a stronger sense of mission for delivering for nature. And I think that the combination of that strengthened mission alongside what we're doing on on our future agriculture policy could become a really powerful tool to build back nature in those areas. And we've even got the door open to them potentially helping to be facilitators and deliver landscape scale changes with all of the farmers in a particular landscape. And they're often, very well placed to do that in those national parks.
Sitting next to Joe, we have another councillor from our network, Donna Stimpson's Maidenhead.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Secretary of State, I'm from Mrs May's patch, and so one of 343 local councillors. A huge opportunity, I think, right on the ground to influence behaviour change. And I find there's such a conflict. My role is sustainability, climate change, parks and countryside. 70% of our borough is rural. We've got farmers, we've got Crown Estate, but to get that behaviour change is something that is quite tricky at a local authority. There's still the political divide, there are the silos of the local authorities. I'm not sure that it's financial help that we need, but it's certainly quite a bit of steering to understand how to get people to work with us and to particularly around schools and the mental trickiness of what people have gone through over the last couple of years. I just think there's this wonderful opportunity of pulling everything together under the nature recovery. I know that it sounds slightly crazy, but if we could do what we're doing with nature in your other departments, such as housing and planning and everything else, and we'd be on a winner in terms of getting the next election through. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That it is the bow that ties everything together in terms of taking our country through, because without the climate, really, we're stuffed. Sorry.
Well, Donna, I think it's a very important point, and of course, Michael Gove is now, in DLUC, formerly of the DEFRA parish, and obviously passionate about some of these issues, and and quite instrumental in some of the early work on things like Biodiversity Net Gain. So we will be working very closely, with Michael on this agenda. I think the combination of local nature recovery strategies with the Biodiversity Net Gain that creates the funding stream can be very, very powerful. And those local nature recovery strategies we envisage being, on one level, quite granular and spatial plans, so literally designating certain areas as local nature reserves and a really coherent plan. But on a broader level could have other objectives around public access more generally, education. There's some fantastic projects I've seen in my own constituency of projects that use nature through education to engage children. Particularly I've been to a special needs school where they use nature and outdoor learning in areas as a really important tool for sort of sensory development. And we just know that access to nature, we are, humans are, we're part of the natural world, that having that connection with nature is just really important for people's well-being, people's mental health, and mental health is one of the greatest challenges that we are facing as a society at the moment. So I think this is very exciting. We will need to work really closely with local authorities, and they will need to join up as well in turn with local NHS to make sure that we get that social prescribing and the access to nature that goes with it.
Yeah, I'm trying to persuade my SEN colleagues that we should work more closely with the Department of Education and with Nadeem Zawawi and his team to invest more in access to nature for children. I think all children, especially inner city children, need to have access provided for them to nature. Not even necessarily learning, just time spent rolling about, playing in nature. I have one question, and then we have a gentleman at the back with his hand up. My question is about rainforests. Many people don't realise that Britain had rainforests, temperate Atlantic rainforest, a fringe down the western side of Great Britain. We've lost nearly all of it. In the high 90% has gone. There are a few scattered fragments which are famous because they're so beautiful and so mysterious. Wistman's Wood at Dartmoor is one of the most famous. And when you're in it, you know what it is. But most people have never been in it. And I wonder to what extent we can emphasise the existence of this habitat with its own clear definition, and to ramp up incentives for natural regeneration of rainforest down the western fringe of Britain it can't be planted. It has to spread outward. Such is the degree of endemism from valley to valley. It has to spread out by itself. So we need to provide special incentives for farmers to do that. And I wonder if that's on the agenda.
Yes, so it is something your brother is very passionate about as well, Ben. And so Zach is looking at this alongside many other issues. I mean, Zach and I are both very passionate about the idea of riparian woodland, and that is one of the things that we got inserted in the first England woodland creation offer, which is now open. But the idea that you would, right through a geography, have belts of woodland around watercourses where there aren't any at the moment, so that you have almost the watercourse becomes a highway for nature and can spread nature through that valley, and that you deal with issues like water pollution because you've got the buffer of the woodland and that protected zone, and it can be a habitat and an ecosystem for all sorts of things. So that's one area that we're really pushing. But I know this idea of temperate rainforest, which actually there was a bit in North Cornwall as well, I'm told reliably by, I don't know how they know that, but apparently there's a bit left. There's one little bit left. So it is something that we're looking at, and something that the Forestry Commission are considering about whether, as we develop our tree planting plan, some of that could be a sort of natural, nature-led development of some of those sites.
I'm really sorry, but George is going to have to go now, and I'm sorry to those who are waiting to ask questions. But George, you are a hero of the environment movement, of the conservative movement, and we are foursquare behind you. And I think the more that people can publicly champion the work that George and the wider DEFRA team are doing, and the Prime Minister and the Cabinet for allowing that to take place and for encouraging that, the better. We have to make sure that the environment remains front and centre of the conservative movement as the months and years roll by. So George, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We're enormously grateful to you. Hi, morning everyone. Just check that this is in implementation, I think that's where we should focus our attention today. How are we going to use these frameworks to really deliver the change that's needed? And how are we?
The challenge that we the environmental principles guidance, which will apply to all government departments. It's a requirement of the Act that those environmental principles, such as the polluter pays principle, the rectify at
We should have a coffee.
Hi, morning everyone. Urban for the
To that subsidy.
quite difficult to imagine.
Of the Emerald Network. So let's try.
Saying he was in touch with something he was supposed to send you and he hasn't. We meet up quite often. Yeah, that's partly why I've joined him, because he's been trying to do everything himself.
Okay, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. It's on? Okay. Hopefully you can hear me. Hello. Can you hear me? Sounds like you can. All right. Sorry about that. Wonderful to see you all. It sounds like everyone had a very, very good coffee break and tea break. Before I forget, the next tea break, unfortunately, will only be 15 minutes, so I'm not sure how you're all going to get out again and back in, but that's what I've been told. Welcome to this second session on harnessing markets to protect and restore nature. Really important topic. A necessary condition for us to turn the tide, for us to restore, protect nature in the UK and globally, is to make sure that capital can flow into solutions to environmental challenges, as well as move away from activities that harm the environment. And we need to do this quickly, we need to do this at scale, not just in the UK, but also globally. And I would argue this is one of the greatest public policy challenges of our time. The window of opportunity to act is narrowing very, very quickly. And we have a very distinguished and excellent panel to discuss some of these topics. And we're going to try and examine some of the following questions. How do we create the price signals, the cash flows for nature conservation and restoration? How do we pay people, companies, NGOs to protect and restore nature? How can we get financial institutions of different kinds to provide the capital and the financial services at the required scale and pace? Really big challenge. What's the role of government in creating and driving these markets? What are the market failures in the real economy, but also in the financial economy that are hindering progress? And what examples, what case studies can we draw on to help us navigate all of these issues? And critically, what should this government now be doing or not doing to address these questions, given that the time is incredibly short? I'm not going to introduce each of the panelists, they can introduce themselves, but we're going to have very short 3-minute interventions from each, and then we're going to open it up for hopefully what will be a vibrant discussion. So please do think about questions you want to ask this panel. Helen, you've been asked to. You are first. Okay. Sorry, over to you.
Hi, it's lovely to be here. I'm Helen Avery. I'm Head of Nature Programmes at the Green Finance Institute and Director of GFI Hive. Just briefly, the work we do, and there's a lot of questions here. I think it's fantastic. Wish we had longer than the time we have to discuss. My team, our role, and it's a team of two, to be fair, is to look at how we can mobilise private finance to meet some of the UK nature goals. And we started this by just sort of assessing, well, actually, what is the investment needed? And we commissioned FTech to look at that, and that report came out in October that showed there's an investment gap of at best £44 billion over the next decade, and at worst about 97 billion. So obviously a lot of investment is going to need to happen, and we know that's going to have to come from the private sector. And the way we look at it is that for that to happen, we need 3 things to happen. One, we need the infrastructure to be in place. So that's everything from policy and regulatory levers that create those cash flows and revenue streams to be able to bring in private finance, all through to data and standards and metrics and oversight and governance. Working with Broadway and Finance Earth, there's a report coming out on that in March that sort of frame up how we build that market infrastructure. The second is we need to build pipeline, so supporting companies as they want to shift to nature positive and thinking about how they can do that, the finance that could come in, but also developing that pipeline of projects that's sort of testing the possible. And we do that, we work with EA and DEFRA on the Natural Environment Investment Readiness Fund, some work in Scotland. And then finally, it's about building the demand. So infrastructure, supply, building the supply, and then building the demand. So we launched GFI Hive in December, and that is really to build the demand in the finance sector. So it's knowledge sharing hub, we share case studies so the finance sector can see what is possible, because at the moment there's not much confidence of what can happen, but there are lots of things happening around the world, if not necessarily in the UK, although there is a lot happening here in the UK. And then finally, to bring that all together, we're running work streams specifically looking at large scale, how we can bring finance in at a large scale in landscape scale projects, whether it's peatland or woodland, sustainable agriculture. We think there's a really big role for private finance to play in supporting that transition. And then finally, natural flood management. We'd love to see the insurance sector get more involved. So that's where we are.
Great, thanks, Helen. A quick question for you. So when you said that you were doing the estimate of the investment gap in the UK, the range 44 billion to 90-something billion, that's in total or per year?
That is in total for the decade, yeah.
And I think people might be able to correct me. There was a Paulson Institute study that came out maybe a year or two ago, and that was looking at the annual investment gap globally, and that was something like 800 billion per year, I think. So very big numbers, basically. And do you think we can close that gap?
Well, Treasury has set a target for £1 billion a year to come in by 2030. I do, 100 billion. Yeah, it's going to be a push. But we're not saying that 100 billion, if we say 97 billion, so sorry if I'm rounding up to 100, all has to come from private finance. We're just saying private finance should play a role in helping that. So fingers crossed.
But for context, if the public money available is about, if you assume that all the money, all the subsidy going to farmers was actually aligned with nature recovery, which it isn't, as we'll talk about, that's about 3 billion per year. Right, so that just to show the gap that needs to be filled through other sources, not through public funds. Siobhan, over to you.
Oh, it's lovely to be here, and thanks for having me. So I am the MP for Stroud. It's an incredibly green-focused constituency. It's the home of Extinction Rebellion, who are often outside of my office if they're not on motorways and all sorts of other things. But joking aside, that we're not always on the same page with certain campaign groups where we absolutely share the passion for nature and for protecting the climate. I receive hundreds of letters from school children, from Stroud school children who really care about this. I have the absolute privilege of having the headquarters for the Wetlands and Wildfowl Trust, Slimbridge, in my patch. So I am the chair of the APPG for wetlands, and we have an ambition to have 100,000 more hectares of wetlands in the country, and a real sort of focus on a blue recovery. And I hope to talk a little bit more about the salt marsh carbon code and what we're doing there. But I think the debates about markets and their involvement in the climate sort of challenge is really important and timely. We cannot afford to do this alone. The country cannot afford to do this alone. We probably couldn't even before there was a massive pandemic-shaped black hole in the finances. So we do need the private investment, but it's not only because we need their cash, it's because we also need to bring along their customers and their ethos and their CSR policies, because in that way you bring a whole country along with you. So I think that is really important. And the reason it is timely, all of you in this room will realise, is on a political basis, I think we're going to have to remake some of the case for reaching for addressing the net zero target because of the cost to people's purse. And we have to be honest about that, and we have to be realistic about it. And it's brought into sharp focus at the moment because of the energy crisis and the reality of what that's doing to everybody's finances at home. And we know that reaching a net zero target by 2050, which is not quick enough for a lot of my people in my constituency, but it's certainly a realistic thing, is going to cost. It's going to cost businesses, it's going to cost all of us. But this government is so committed to it, and I believe that with the practical approach of conservatism and the belief from Conservatives that it's our job to conserve and protect and to be custodians of the future, that we are the correct government, the correct party to do it, and so I've worked with a lot of businesses on things like green skills and thinking about how we change people's attitudes and change people's lives and make this a positive thing. So I'm excited by the challenge, but I think we have to be very realistic, and that's why unusually for politicians who usually like the sound of their own voice, I'm hoping to speak as little as possible today because the panel is so good, and I think it does come down to a network of the charity sector working with private investors and working with government to make this happen.
Thank you. So one follow-up question. The politics of this, given that you're the politician on the panel, presumably this is a no-brainer. When you're knocking on the doorsteps of Stroud, are people presumably very supportive of protecting and restoring nature? Who could be against that?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that restoring nature and protecting biodiversity and species is actually a bigger selling point than sometimes when we get caught up talking about carbon and climate and sort of and futuristic things. So that is a no-brainer. But what I don't think there has been a sort of a wide understanding of what it means to individuals and what it means to households. So that's where I think the politics will come in, and I think it's the right debate to have, and perhaps we didn't have it. We put the 2050 target in place very, very fast. I'm really pleased we did, because otherwise it wouldn't be here now. We've been very, very busy dealing with the pandemic naturally, and I think this debate is a really important one. So.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. So, Emily, you're next.
Chairman, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Microphone, okay, good. Close. I'll shout for you. Is that better? Okay, all right. So my name is Emily Norton. I am head of rural research at Savills, the property consultancy. We advise on about 3.5 million acres of land across England and Scotland predominantly. I'm also chair of the Oxford Farming Conference for this year. So it's a real joy and privilege to be here. I was tasked to think a little bit about the opportunities for farmers and in particular how to ensure farmers can access these markets, and it's a particularly important topic, I think, to be thinking about these things. As we migrate away from the Common Agricultural Policy and the role that the Basic Payment Scheme has played, government has been the aggregator and the purchaser of outcomes from farming. And I think the magnitude of the transition from that to something where we've got essentially a free market for environmental services signalled by a lot of the policy that we're getting is really quite significant. And in our cross-sector briefing, which we've just published, I wrote that it's going to be the most substantial change to impact on land management since the land clearances, and I stand by that statement. I think the consequences and the magnitude of allowing private markets to dictate the most optimum use of resources based on the availability of land, as opposed to having an effective government aggregator understanding what outcomes are going to go where and who is incentivised to deliver these outcomes, is potentially something we really have to pay attention to. So just 3 points I wanted to make in these few minutes that I've got. The first of all is that we hear our lords and masters within government tell us that the replacement, the Environmental Land Management Scheme, is going to be fairer for farmers than the Basic Payment Scheme has. I can say now it's not. It's still going to be entirely dictated by how much land you have access to and fundamentally what you are able to do with that land. So every single parcel of land in this country is completely different, and the amount of environment, the amount of natural capital that you can deliver from it is therefore also different. There's no understanding that this new scheme of the environmental land management mixed with private markets is going to be fairer. So I would, just park that with you, that there's going to be winners and losers from this transition. The second, and we see real evidence of this at the moment within the land value and market transaction information that we see, is that the lack of an effective aggregator sitting between private demands and the people who are currently incentivised to deliver land management outcomes means that the financialisation of natural capital is going into land values. We see that in a 60% increase in commercial forestry values during last year. We predicted it was going to go up 6%, and it went up 60%. That's what the market wants to pay for those assets, those authentic carbon assets. And interestingly as well, a 31% increase in Scottish land values during last year. I mean, that's a substantial increase because people are seeing those as offsetting opportunities, and there aren't the partnerships there that enable farmers and the land managers that we've currently got to deliver those outcomes on behalf of the private market. I think the third point I wanted to make was that farmers gain no benefit if their carbon is sold to a third party. That carbon then becomes an asset which is owned by somebody else. They can't make any claims about how net zero they are, how environmentally friendly they are, if that carbon has been sold to a third party. So if you are looking at selling to an insurance firm or an airline or anyone else who's undertaking economic activity and is told that they need to be net zero and purchase offsets, that carbon becomes an asset of somebody else. The big unsaid thing in the room about this at the moment is the power of supply chains and the fact that supply chains who are buying the produce of farms also need to be net zero. Those are the ones who we really need to start thinking about being accountable for land management practices. And in all of this understanding of where private markets might go to, it's the competition between offsetters creating economic wealth who can afford to buy land management outcomes, and our retail sectors and food service sectors and energy sectors increasingly who need to buy the products of land, who are going to be competing for the same services. And the farmers are expected to cope with those behemoths of power sitting either side of them and try to make sense of this. It's not going to work.
Great, thank you, Emily. So really, really interesting that you're starting to see these changes being priced into the market. But when you're looking at the other areas that aren't forestry, where it's very obvious, very clear that there's this carbon sequestration value, to what extent are you seeing differentiation between different types of land in the UK based on the potential for elm cash flows?
Yep, so the difference between what's happened with Scottish land values and English land values is a real symptom of that. So, but it's across what we call poor livestock land, so the upland grades of land, which have seen the greatest increases in land value uplift during the last year specifically. And that's dramatic, and actually we see a lot of press coverage, particularly from Wales. It's beginning to be criticised that this land has been appropriated by people who have got different motives than the entrenched community interests that are there. So that's the disruption you're going to have to think about.
Well, so the sort of the paper land value of a lot of landowners and farmers in the UK has increased significantly over the last year or two because of this change of policy.
Absolutely, and does it help them live? Does it help them buy their inputs? Does it help them create a crop? Does it help them be more sustainable? Of course it doesn't, it's just a land value, it's an asset value. So what we really need to think is how we are incentivising land management practices and sustainable agricultural practices that deliver for biodiversity, deliver food, deliver these net zero outcomes, whilst understanding that there are inherently trade-offs as to how the market is beginning to price those different outcomes and who has the power dynamics in that space.
Absolutely, but greater asset values mean that they can potentially borrow more money to invest in some of those things, potentially.
I'm going to say yes, but it's not necessarily a good outcome.
That's true.
Yeah, because you need to be able to service the debt. Yeah, so you need to be a trading functioning business, which at the moment it comes back to this point that you can only do that if you've got scale. So you're still going to have, in theory, fewer, bigger businesses.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Lots there, very, very interesting. Matthew, from the Broadway Initiative, over to you. Thank you for joining.
Great, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So I work for the Broadway Initiative, which is a cross-sector initiative bringing together the main business sectors in the economy through their business associations and also connecting them with the major NGOs. So Green Lights, I can see Sean Spires is here today. I'm actually standing in for Guy Thompson, a senior Broadway member. He's really sorry he can't be here today. He's got COVID, unfortunately. So he is a real expert in this field. He's managing director of Entrade, which is one of the main environmental trading mechanisms, environmental services. Definitely someone worth connecting with if you're interested in this agenda. But I'll try and do justice to what Guy would have talked about. I think the challenge is pretty sort of well understood. Government has shown real ambition in pledging to restore nature within a generation. Some great things going on. The Prime Minister's 10-point plan for net zero, the Environment Act, the shift to public money for public services in agriculture, 25-year environment plan. But we don't yet have a mechanism and a strategy for bringing in the private finance, which government documents often talk about being part of the solution, as colleagues on the panel have said. And we know that public funding and charitable funding alone will not be enough to restore nature. We know from the Dasgupta report that there are real economics and market failures. It's difficult for investors to price risk in terms of investing in nature, that's stopping as much private finance come through as we would like. I don't think there's any silver bullet solution to this. I think the sort of things you'll hear about from the panel, the need to have high integrity markets, the need to have blended finance mechanisms, the need for assurance schemes, so we know what environmental services, restoration projects are actually delivering over time, the need for common standards, so buyers and sellers can interact with a common language, better corporate disclosure. I think those are all important. I don't think there's one silver bullet. So what's Broadway's initiative's specific role in this? We've worked with the GFI and other organisations to pull together a coalition, the Financing UK Nature Recovery Coalition, to look at how we can develop a market framework that would work effectively. And we've worked closely with officials in government, with about 200 stakeholders across the finance community and across the main sort of market sectors. I think a lot of our initial work has shown that many of the barriers to private sector investment in nature are regulatory barriers. So partly that's because regulation tends to work in silos, so carbon regulation is not really connected with the broader environmental services and nature regulation. You often get perverse incentives. So if you look at the water sector, you've got the economic regulator Ofwat, and you've got environmental regulation, and you end up with a a sort of perverse incentive to invest in hard engineering solutions where actually nature-based solutions would be much more effective. So we're planning to produce a report, as Helen said, in a couple of months' time. But just today, I guess I'd sort of pick out 3 things in advance of that report that I think might sort of help move the dial. So the first is a sector-based nature-positive obligation to be introduced initially in sectors which rely most for their value added in terms of natural resources. So that's things like retail, fashion, and so forth. It would work a little bit like the renewables obligation. So firms within those sectors would be required to acquire nature-positive credits, and those credits could be generated by accredited environmental services that were derived from nature restoration projects. You'd scale it up over time. Part of the aim would be to create a pipeline of projects that people could invest in, but it would be a way to translate the 2030 very high-level target, species abundance, into a demand to actually restore quantifiable or targets with quantifiable outcomes in terms of different types of habitat. Secondly, I think we need much clearer standards for the environmental services from nature restoration projects. I think something like the Woodland Carbon Code may be a good model to use. So we should be charging DEFRA to develop environmental standards which would be a bit like the Woodland Carbon Code, but for all environmental services and all land types. And thirdly, I think again, to try and get the private sector investment moving, we could look at allocating a portion of L money on the basis that had to be matched by private finance. I think L money needs to be deployed on a catchment basis, tied to genuine environmental outcomes, but you could tie a portion of it to match funding. So 3 thoughts there, Ben, that might move things forward.
Lots of very good thoughts. Thank you. All right, let's go to Tom. Last but no least.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Tom. I'm the second COVID understudy on the panel today, stepping in for Naomi Conway from National Parks Partnerships. My family's from Stroud, grew up in the Cotswolds, but I actually used to work on rainforests. I lived in Indonesia for several years and came back to the UK last spring because I think that the changes that are happening in UK land use policy are so exciting that I wanted to work on them. So here I am. The stuff that I used to do in the tropics was with a company called Palladium, and we run a large program across South America, Central African Congo Basin, and Southeast Asian forests to try to develop business models that could compete with the businesses that are driving the destruction of rainforests. So how can we design a model that makes money and can compete with, say, monoculture palm oil plantations or destructive logging? And we've worked with about 60 different businesses across the tropics, looking at sustainable rubber that goes into shoes, or bamboo to go to IKEA, or nuts and oils that are sold to Lush Cosmetics. And we found actually that these bottles do exist, and with the right type of support they can grow, and you can get quite a lot of investment into them. We've managed to mobilize about $250 million over the last 5 years. So that was quite fun and exciting. And last year we started talking to the national parks in the UK and about whether the same thing could be done across some of the landscapes that we have in Britain. And when we began to look into it, I personally got really excited because, mainly because of the work that DEFRA's done to leave the Common Agricultural Policy, actually. One of the most difficult things about the businesses we worked on in the tropics was that you're always competing with other businesses that destroy nature that are subsidized by their governments. And so you really start from a kind of losing position. You have to work your way up from there, and sometimes you succeed and sometimes you don't. Whereas here, the playing field has been leveled, so you can really do something quite exciting. Also, the UK has all of these codes and mechanisms for generating and valuing ecosystem services like Biodiversity Net Gain and the carbon codes and nutrient balancing. And so when we, after a few months of talking with the parks, we said, okay, well, how about we set up what Emily was talking about, an aggregator to develop projects with farmers and landowners, not buying land, but working with people who already have land. Say, okay, well, how can you design projects that restore nature and generate a new source of income for you as the manager of the land? An aggregator up to a scale that could actually attract private investment. And so we're working with landowners across the Cairngorms National Park to do a large-scale peatland restoration program. working with farmers in Yorkshire on woodland, farmers in the South Downs on woodland pasture. All of these are built on models that bring in revenues from carbon or from biodiversity net gain or from nutrient balancing. And I think we've still got a lot to prove to show that these models really can work. The economics are, no one's going to make an absolute killing out of this. The economics are quite tight, but if they do work, which we think they can, then we're seeing so much interest from companies and from investors to get involved in this space that I think we really could start bringing in some significant money to fund nature and new incomes for farmers. So.
Brilliant.
Let's see.
Thank you, Tom. Quick question. So you said you're doing this for national parks. Presumably you can do it outside of national parks. Does doing that outside of national parks make any difference to the economics?
No, it wouldn't make any difference to the economics. I think what's great about working with the parks is that the teams in the park authorities, they know so many of the landowners across the landscapes that they manage. And this role that Emily was talking about, of having an aggregator, you need, I think, organizations that can support individual landowners to work together to change a landscape that's beyond just the boundaries of the land they own, and also to negotiate fair deals with investors or with the buyers of these services so that you avoid some of the problems that Emily was talking about. So, if you're using a soil carbon model, for example, then you really wouldn't want to sell all of your carbon credits to an insurance company or an airline industry, because if your supermarket starts saying, well, I want net zero carrots, and you've sold all of your carbon to an airline, then you can't do net zero carrots. So I think these support roles to work with several farmers at once are actually really interesting, and the national parks can play that role.
And the economics currently stacks up. You're not basing it on future changes.
The economics can stack up. You've got to design it in the right way. I think one thing that would really help is tax relief on some of these investments. So you can get tax relief if you invest in the movie business. You can get tax relief if you invest in startups in the UK. I think you should be able to get tax relief if you invest in sustainable nature restoration as well.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Tom. And thank you for the panel for making those contributions. So we've got half an hour now to have a bit of a discussion and take questions from the audience. So who wants to go first? And if you could say who you are and your affiliation, that would be great. We have roving mics. And the gentleman just there. Oh, so we've got a mic because we're broadcasting. So.
Daniel Schieven, Eco-Energy, operator and investor in biogas. I suppose that's a prompt, if anything, for you, Emily and Tom, to also consider that as part of the initiatives that you're working on. In both cases, it's, I think, something that can only promote the conservation of nature, because you're taking that waste from it and bringing it all back as a fertilizer. And also you're actually capturing the CO2 that again is used as part of fertilizer, but also for other uses of the economy.
Great, a biogas question. Other questions? I'll take a batch, if there is a batch. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Connor Tomlinson, British Conservation Alliance, here to annoy you all. I was quite encouraged by the last panel, and obviously this one, particularly something that Tom said right at the end about not only the rewilding on the last panel, but also the idea that it should be supply side and sort of tax relief based, rather than the idea that we should create a subsidy system of redistributing everything and have the government bureaucracy that can get things wrong, as Emily said. Is anyone aware of any policy-based conversations that have gone towards nature recovery efforts that have been funded through tax exemptions rather than, redistributing money? I would be happy to hear them.
I think changing tax policy is redistributing money, actually. Anyway, but we can talk more about specifically tax exemptions. Okay, do you want to address the biogas question? I think that was for you, Matt. Was that right? Who? Emily, sorry.
Biogas is a clear opportunity, but I suppose in this context it speaks to the competition for land and the competition for resources, and to ensure that what we are doing is as much as possible tackling unavoidable waste streams and repurposing those, and creating energy crops and growing energy crops for biogas. I farm in the east of England, and it does funny things to rents when you start subsidising a sector in order to produce it. So I think, again, it's just being aware of the unintended consequences of dealing with a waste stream that creates then an input value that appropriates land for something else.
As I said, you take the waste from the environment. You wouldn't want to necessarily promote the energy cost.
It doesn't necessarily need to be grown to produce biomass.
Well, it has to be
existing offshoots from things, and also you can use some rural rubbish as well.
Yeah, if you're, I guess if you're using what was purely a waste stream, then absolutely, it's when the economics of it mean that you need the consistent quality in order to make the system work, and that's where you need, for example, a maize-based input to ensure that you've got consistent feedstock. So it's.
Exactly where it works, exactly.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah.
Helen, did you want to come in? Maybe on the tax question.
I think it's a really good point. There's a project at the moment that has applied for social investment tax relief. I don't know if it's public, which that project is, so I won't mention it. I don't know, Tom, you probably know it. But if that happens, that will be a game changer, I think, for these environmental projects. So that's the only one I've heard of so far, but that will be the first of its kind. It's a pretty big project. It's not billions, but it's a big project for the UK.
And who's making, so is it a Treasury decision that's pending?
Yeah.
Right, interesting. Tom, did you want to say a bit more about your tax relief idea?
I think social investment tax relief is great. I think it only applies if you're running a community interest company or a social enterprise. I think a similar mechanism that was broadened to cover all types of investments into nature-based solutions or nature restoration in the UK would be super helpful.
Before my time, dealing with the legacy of inappropriate tree planting on the flow country in Scotland, which, as I understand it, was largely driven by tax. And so, again, dealing with the negative consequences of decisions driven by an inappropriate financial outcome. The other thing that I'm going to mention is inheritance tax, which actually, for people within land ownership, is a massive driver of how farm businesses operate. And at the moment, you are required to use your land for agricultural purposes in order to benefit from those exemptions. And there is a question mark if you predominantly shift to using your land for environmental purposes, whether you qualify for the same reliefs. So the definition of agriculture is quite strict, which if you're an institutional landowner or a corporate or a charity is fine. You can do interesting things with your land and let it on all sorts of interesting and innovative basis. If you're a private owner of land, you are more restricted at the moment because of the inheritance tax exemptions. And any accountant or land agent will start sucking air through their teeth if you kind of come up with something creative to do with your land that's not farming.
Sure.
I think all I would say is that Emily makes some really good points, and I think thinking about the practical lives of farmers and the general nerves through our farming communities about what's happening, even though we know that there's also a lot of opportunity and amazing good coming. But I think we've got to be aware of the unintended consequences. I mean, we're effectively spending all of our time focusing on trying not to repeat the unintended consequences of the Common Agricultural Policy. And the Chancellor is so clear that he wants us to be I wrote this down, the world's first net zero aligned financial centre. I am really confident that this Chancellor and this government is really looking at all of the options, and that would involve tax incentives, tax relief, that would involve things like the land management schemes, things like the National Nature Environmental Investment Readiness Fund, which is a £10 million pot, and that will be working with charities. So I think that kind of looking across the range, but we can get very narrow. And so we've got a lot of conversations about VAT, and we probably could have a very long conversation about scrapping inheritance tax, which a lot of people would like. But actually, let's just look at constantly what works for individual projects, what works for individual groups of people, what works for individual sectors, and see if we can be a bit more flexible than where we've just clawed our way out of with the EU.
Yeah, okay, more questions. Excellent, good. Lady there.
Thank you very much. Vicky Hurd from Sustain, the Alliance for Better Food and Farming. Great presentations. I must say, Ben, I'm finding it hard to hear you, just so maybe it's my age. I have two questions, if I may. The first one is whether the panel feels that we have come to a time when we do need to have in England in particular, some sort of land use framework and assessment at a national level. Obviously, we're going to be leaving it a lot to local nature recovery strategies, which could be a fantastic outlet, but there are so many pressures on land, and as Emily pointed out, those pressures are going to be squeezing farmers particularly hard. So that's one question: should we have a land use framework democratically assessed for England land? Second question, very quick one about supply chain, which also Emily referred to, which is squeezing farmers ever more and is an incredibly competitive, particularly in retail sector. So how does that fit in with investment coming from the other side to push farmers to do one thing where we haven't got adequate regulation of the supply chain at the other end of the squeeze? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, and a question over there.
Thank you. Name is Samit Ahuja. We specialize in biodiversity bonds and currently helping governments in India, various African nations, Southeast Asian nations, and Latin American nations to issue biodiversity bonds. So India, on the Ganges cleanup, is embarking on a 10 billion bond. Zambia and Namibia are embarking on conservation bonds. Ecuador is embarking on the same. And the common theme, underlying theme amongst all of those bond issuances is the fact that the governments have found a mechanism to bring natural capital onto the balance sheets of local councils and the landowners. Because otherwise, if you don't do that, you're trying to find those revenue streams, artificial revenue streams from elsewhere. So I wonder what the panel has to say in what's being done in the UK to bring that natural capital from a regulatory perspective onto the balance sheets.
Great, thank you. I'm wondering whether we're going to do those questions first. So Emily, maybe you could address that latter question, and then let's start there.
It's really unfair, that's the tricky question.
I just thought you might.
I'd be interested, Helen, is that what you...
I was hoping to hear you first.
I mean, yeah, okay, right. So natural capital is capital, it's not revenue, okay? So it's not income, it's not natural income. And I think the more we understand that what we're talking about is investing in capital, we're not enabling income, the closer we get. And actually a lot of the revenue models that we've looked at have really struggled to find the market returns in the investable model. So a lot of people are looking at biodiversity net gain as a way to go, okay, well, there's a clear income stream associated with that, or there's carbon, there's a clear income stream, and that becomes the investment case, but that doesn't then reflect the overall totality of our multifunctional land uses and how you get that balance, which the product approach, Tom, which was really, you're buying the products and selling the products from those places, again, is a business case for doing that. But I think what we're struggling with is those investable business models. So yes, get it on the balance sheet, absolutely, but where's the investable business model? Where's the return coming from an investor perspective?
And Helen, how about biodiversity bonds?
Oh, I'm really interested in that. And I mean, it is a difficult question, and that's obviously where we'd like to get to, where natural capital is measured in. I mean, that was the whole point of the scripture review. I think it's linked back to the supply chain question, actually, and I'm sort of trying to shoehorn two things together. But you have to create that behavioural change. We host the Secretariat with the UN for the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, and that's sort of in development now, and hopefully will launch at the end of next year. But to me, that will hopefully force corporates to look at through their supply chains to see where they're having a negative impact on biodiversity and where the dependencies are, and then invest through those, which would be, if it ends up being mandated down the line, you never know, it depends what comes out of the framework, that would be a game changer, because then all of a sudden you've got that wall of money from institutions looking to invest in their farmers to help them change their practices. And so I think, and then you start to see natural capital actually becoming embedded in accounts. So I love your question. I'd love to pick up with you about biodiversity bonds and see how those revenue streams are being created, because I think that's the...
Governments have to take that leap of faith and rely. If you leave it just to the private sector will always look at the IRRs, where's the money, right? But if governments stand right front and center, you don't know the right answer. You got to do a few pilots and say that for the first few bonds, so Indian government said 10 billion is our figure. billion a year in the next 10 years. Zambia is doing the same, Namibia is doing the same. So happy to share that experience.
And Tom, and then maybe Siobhan, do you want to come in on this question about democratic accountability and input into land management plans?
Is this for the land use framework at a national level, or?
Well, it's national and subnational, presumably, as well.
I think land managers should choose what they want to do with their land. I did quite like the idea in the food strategy for England that Henry Dimbleby published last year that said that we could maybe think about 3 compartments for land use in the UK. One would be where there's the best land for food production, we focus on producing food. The other is where there's marginal land where you can't really produce food economically without subsidies, then that could be prioritized for nature restoration. And then there's a third area of land that's somewhere in between. It's a mix of some land that's good for production, some that's not. And that's where you can do some quite interesting models where maybe you own a farm and you do a bit of food production and then you have some land set aside for nature and you get subsidies or private payments. I find that quite a helpful way to think about it, and I think goes some way towards the kind of addressing the concerns raised by some people that, you know, if we go really guns blazing on this idea, then are we going to undermine food production in the UK? I don't think we would, but this idea of 3 different types of land use, I think is quite useful, but it should be up to people to choose what they want to do.
Any views?
Well, I just think the democratic accountability, if you don't get buy-in from everybody in your local area, and even for the bonds, businesses are asking for buy-in from government to make sure that they've got some support. Local councils need buy-in from local people, not least because they'll be thinking about the next election. But if we don't do that and do that well with things like the local nature government schemes and the partnerships, Gloucestershire's quite a long way ahead with our partnership, and we've literally rolled in all the different layers of council. So, and that could be quite a good model to be rolled up. But if you don't do that, these plans and schemes and ideas and pilots, they won't survive past a change of administration in the local council or a change of government. And I think George Eustice made this point earlier in his speech. It has to be sustainable in terms of 10, 20 years' time. So all of this work is not lost because it is for our futures. But I get the sense that so many sectors, businesses, councils are holding their breath and waiting to be told, when actually we need to create an environment where people can just try things and feel supported in trying them, and will fail in some, but that we'll see new winners and losers, and then we'll learn from that.
Yeah, great. Okay, another batch of... Sorry.
Just pick up Tom's point about the need to combine in farming both food production and environmental services. Hesitant to get too far into this with such an expert beside me, but I think it is important that we don't give the impression that the end result of these markets will be some very distorted choices between food production and environmental services. I would have thought in most cases the future of farming will be that combination, and I think that's why we felt that this sort of sector-based nature-positive obligation would actually generate sort of money into the system and allow the monetizing of a range of environmental services, not just carbon, so that farmers can combine the two things, the food production and environmental services, provided you have the standards and accreditation, so we're not double counting, and we've worked out additionality. And as I say, if you focus it, if you trial it initially on certain sectors who are heavily dependent on natural resources for the value added, then I think you could scale it up over time, and as I say, it would translate the very high level Environment Act targets, species abundance, into actually more quantifiable demand for nature recovery.
Okay, next batch of questions. We have one over here, Stanley, and then the guy there.
Thanks so much. Well, my question is really on looking at the title of this panel, Harnessing Markets to Protect and Restore Nature. Okay. So if I think about this, what is really the driver of destruction of nature? It is consumption. It's consumer patterns. Okay. Years ago, I went 2 or 3 times for Friends of the Earth to Indonesia. This thought came to mind when Tom was mentioning it. Well, who is the real driver of destruction of the rainforests in Indonesia. It's us. It's perfectly us. It's the palm oil and so on. So this is what I'd like the panel to reflect on when we come now to look at the changes in agricultural systems which are going to happen. And you were mentioning, okay, one of the ways, of course, is if you don't want to have things which don't work, you probably have to have production, agricultural production, where it produces most, I don't know, per hectare or whatever. In fact, there's some argument you probably don't need much land at all. You have an enormous amount of agriculture produced, in multi-units in East Anglia. Do you see? Coming back to my main point then, are we thinking enough about the power of markets to restore and protect nature? For example, one question to Tom. He said he worked in Indonesia. Did you read yesterday that the Indonesian government is planning to do a Brasilia and move the capital to Kalimantan? Well, honestly, shouldn't it be a priority of our government, including from the Prime Minister down, to say to the President of Indonesia, we're not at all in favor of you moving your capital, Kalimantan. Roughly speaking, you've destroyed almost all the other tropical rainforests in Indonesia. Yes, if Tony Juniper was here, he wrote a brilliant book pointing out there's still something left. Oh, is he here? Good old Tony. Well, pointing out there's still a bit left in Kalimantan. But heavens, it won't be there long.
Thank you, Sandy. Good question. We'll come to that. We'll take three. So then if you pass it to the person behind you as well after you're done.
Thank you. My name is Casper Horton. I'm with a campaign group called 0 Hour. And I think following on from Stanley's point, in the UK, we look at territorial emissions and the impact of our territorial agriculture and production. How are UK markets, how are UK producers able to compete if we start to get stricter on the environmental obligations of farmers, for example? How are they going to compete with overseas imports if we're not including those in our nature targets and our emissions targets?
Great, thank you. Okay, and then...
Thank you. In terms of, from an ideological perspective within conservatism, I was wondering, do you think there is, and do you think there will always be a conflict between conservation in the terms that the government proposes environmentally in terms of reforesting and rewilding, that sort of thing, and conservation culturally of the kind of tradition, of the countryside within farming and game shooting and that sort of thing? Is that an inevitable conflict? And is that at all navigable, or is it just a conflict that's delayed? Thank you.
Okay, great. So I think one set of questions around, we spent a lot of time talking about the creation of new markets, but actually the existing market, the current market, the market, is not working and is broken and is driving a lot of these problems. So what can we do to reform existing market structures? That's one set of questions. Stanley was sort of looking at you, Tom, a bit, so I'll get you to start. And then whoever's interested in picking up the question about territorial emissions, and then the final question about this tension between what the central government's trying to do and culture and local priorities. So, Tom, you go first.
Okay. Well, on moving Jakarta, they actually have to move because it's flooding, because the sea level is rising. Well, partly because the sea level is rising, partly because they depleted the aquifer below the city so much that it's now collapsing into itself. So, got to move. I don't know whether it's the right or wrong thing to move to Kalimantan. I think on the power of markets and us as consumers to address the reasons why palm oil is destroying a lot of forests in Indonesia, I think it's interesting. I think that the UK, we should actually include our consumption footprint within our net zero targets rather than just looking at what we do in this country. We'd have a much harder job of reaching net zero if we did do that. And I think, I used to work on policy for tropical timber trading and trying to crack down on illegal logging, which is a massive business still. And what you need to do is change policies and then have enforcement teams to back up those policies to crack down on these things. But the work of doing these reforms and funding enforcement teams across the country to stamp out these black markets is so difficult and time-consuming that there needs to be some kind of reward for doing that. And I think the timber approach has struggled because there hasn't really been a positive market incentive. No The Europeans and the Brits were pushing this for 15 years, and then when the certified tropical timber started arriving in the EU to say, look, we've built a system that will track timber from where it came from at the stump all the way through to the point of export. We can guarantee it's legal. Really hard work building this system. And then we said, oh, well, you know, I'm not going to pay extra for that. You tell me it's legal, I expect it to be legal. And so there is, at the moment, we don't reward the massive amount of work that needs to go into changing policies. And I think we should start paying more.
Who wants to go next?
Just briefly on the international dimension is a real challenge, no doubt about it. I would hope that much stronger disclosure rules for global businesses, so I think, Helen, you mentioned the task force on nature-related disclosures, will start to have an impact. I think the other thing I just observe is on the carbon side of that debate, you know, embodied emissions and so forth, it's noticeable how carbon border taxes are being talked about more and more. So, you know, when I worked at the CBI on environmental issues back in the 2000s, and I would sometimes raise them in meetings, and the view was it's just not, you know, nothing we want to talk about. But you now quite increasingly hear people saying that might be the only solution. So whether there's, you know, a parallel debate around the nature, international supply chains, don't know.
I think there's a really important point here to make as well about what we can naturally produce well in this country, and particularly in the west of the country, in the uplands, as well as timber and carbon and all sorts of things. We rely on animals grazing in order to do an awful lot of our conservation work for us, and within a strict kind of carbon accounting approach, those animals get demonised because their natural output has a climate warming impact. But actually, in terms of the optimum land use, living a very balanced existence with ruminants and natural combinable crops or vegetable crops growing together in systems is the optimum way to do it. It's essentially, without wanting to get too odd about it, it's kind of the human imbalance, it's not the animal imbalance that's the problem here. So, you know, we see the livestock sector being demonised from a climate perspective, but really you have to tackle the consumption paradigm, and the consumption paradigm is that everything that we're consuming is too much. So, yeah, understanding that what the land can naturally do, and then understanding what we're expecting it to do in order to be able to sustain the kind of lifestyles we want, is really where the tension has come from. But that's a much deeper and bigger societal and economic discussion than we're able to have in a simple conversation about a carbon border adjustment tax.
I think Stanley's right to raise consumers, and the reality of who has driven quite a lot of the damage is us, and businesses will react to what we are asking for and what we need. I think a lot of the change that will come from that, or increased change, is going to be education. The consumer protection law doesn't prevent companies and businesses from saying very clearly on their products, you know, or making environmental claims about where they've come from, what that means for the environment, but they don't really do that a lot. I mean, the only thing I do laugh at the most recent round of Amazon adverts, given how much packaging comes out of that company. But they're doing all these kind of, you see quite a lot of companies now doing very environmentally focused adverts. But I think that the law is there that can be used. So we could perhaps look more closely at labelling and information. But locally, I mean, people want to buy from local producers. I mean, I was a bit dismayed when Asda decided not to sell only the British beef recently. But they're talking about the costs. But actually, it needs customers to say, no, that is what we want. We want British beef, not only because it's a good product, but it's because we know it's good for the climate, and we know that it's not going to be travelling millions of miles to get here. So I think I'm hoping that the leaving the EU, this is just part and parcel of thinking a little bit more sustainably, and the education and the labelling and the understanding will come, but consumers are very much key.
Great. Another, do you want to comment on?
I was just going to come in on that point about conservation, and is there a sort of a tension there? And I just think, I mean, it's an obvious point, but I just want to sort of get it out there. The moment this sort of whole thinking about conservation is one thing, and then economies and people's livelihoods are another, is probably flawed. Well, I say is flawed. And that if we can sort of transition that whole conversation around to just thinking about places in terms of resilience and nature protection and restoration is just part of resilience, in addition to diversifying economies, in addition to diversifying demographics within neighbourhoods, so there's a larger workforce. So I think it's sort of trying to, I appreciate why we talk about conservation. It's kind of a charged word anyway that I think is probably on its way out. But rather thinking about nature within a broader picture of just building resilience. And agriculture obviously plays a huge role within that, so think of them together. That would be my only point on that.
Yeah, and we haven't talked very much about resilience today, but absolutely really good point. Okay, last batch of questions up front, right at the back, and over there.
Hello, I'm Jack. I'm on the Sun team, but we've had a couple of questions come in on the live stream online. One particularly interesting one was about leveraging finance beyond farmland. So what would the panel think is the best way to get incentives for nature restoration in parks, private and public gardens and places like that?
You said there are a couple?
And the other one, sorry, let me just get it up, was about carbon labelling, sorry, I think it's covered a bit by Siobhan, but if you want to go more into that in terms of supply chains, if companies...
Great, and just to clarify, so the first question was about leveraging finance
for public parks and gardens and places like that, rather beyond farmland.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jack. And guy in blue at the back.
I'm happy to speak loudly if people can hear me. We've talked a lot about subsidy, tax system, donors as providers of finance, but what about the banking system? What is the panel seeing from the banking system, which is fundamental to pretty much every business running in this country, and what needs to change?
Okay, great question. Yes. Final question.
How do we ensure that private actors don't only invest on the project basis wise, invest in the cheapest projects and not those that have the greatest environmental benefit and also perhaps wider benefit to SDGs, often based on perhaps those cheaper projects, perhaps based on lapsed standards? How do we ensure that private actors investing in the best projects, best environmental and also the best benefit to the SDGs?
Wonderful. So some really good questions. We're running out of time, so I'm going to ask each panellist to pick up on the threads that they want to pick up on, and particularly if Emily and Helen, I know you guys are doing lots of big things this year, and you've got the farming conference as well. If you could give us a little preview of things we should look forward to. But starting with Emily, and then we'll go down.
Conscious of time as well, you've got 2 minutes left. Parks and private gardens, really, really important. Having super interesting conversation with a group of individuals we know as the Great Estates. They're all the bits of West London that became wealthy when West London was created in the 1850s. They have massive issues with homes overheating. And London becoming uninhabitable as a result of climate change. And the use of nature-based solutions and bringing more biodiversity and biophilia trees into cities in order to help cool our urban spaces is really, really important. So I think there's a lot that the public sector councils can do in order to create those, but working with private landlords undoubtedly, because they have got major issues around making their homes habitable long-term in the best interests of all of their tenants. So some super interesting stuff there. The banking system is really about differential pricing, so green loans essentially, but also the farmers don't yet realise this, but their carbon information is under massive interest from lots of different directions. The banking system is one of them, supply chains is another. If you're a tenant farmer, we haven't even mentioned the tenant farmer sector and access to land, but land ownership as well, particularly for institutional investors. They are all interested in farmers' carbon, and farmers need to get some support, collaboration in order to be able to stand up to these actors, as George Eustice recommended at the Oxford Farming Conference.
Great. Matthew, super quick.
Yeah, just very briefly on the banking question. I think in terms of providing funds, getting involved, banks will want to see clearer, better standardisation of products and accreditation. I think if markets are going to work well, I think otherwise it's too difficult for them to price a risk. And in terms of banks lending to individual businesses, I think there is something about this idea of the nature positive obligation creating some liabilities for companies that are heavily dependent on natural resources, and I think banks do take notice of those sort of things.
On the parks point, I think it's all about figuring out who's benefiting, and that's the person who's going to buy. that service. So in parks, you know, it's very hard to price up, you know, the odd concessionary stand, people just coming in and paying entries. You're not going to do that. I would say check out, there's some really interesting things happening in the States. Quantified Ventures has just put in a huge bike track in southern Ohio through a forest to activate that forest that's paid for by lodging taxes that have increased in towns that were just decimated really around the area. So it's also built rural economy. So it's just figuring out who benefits and then getting them to pay. That's always the key. On the banking system, I mean, for me, all roads lead to TNFD. Once that's there, then companies are going to start looking through their supply chains and then banks will come in and help them with sustainability-linked loans, sustainability notes that have nature-positive KPIs. They're trying to assess their risk of exposure to climate. Obviously, TNFD is coming and they'll do the same for nature. And I know they're working really hard at the moment to go through their loan portfolios and see how they can offer discount rate loans to farmers who are making transitions. But at the moment, there's just not the financial or regulatory push there for them to do that, so we need to sort of work on that. And that's the kind of thing we'll be working on the rest of the year, so watch this space.
Great.
Yeah, well, leveraging violence for land, just making sure that it washes its own face, and for wetlands, and my friends at the WWT, I mean, they genuinely are the most amazing experts, and they're trying to create something called the Salt Marsh Carbon Code, which will lead to a blue carbon code. And the reason for that is we need the structure at the moment to enable salt marsh carbon to be marketed and traded as carbon offsets, which is to our friend with the bonds point. Businesses need to know that they can invest in something, or something can be trusted, and it's going to be. So we've got to create those codes and do that work to start off with. So the APPG and a range of peers and experts and MPs are really looking at doing that. So it's quite an exciting prospect. And government did invest quite heavily in WWT last year in a range of projects. Ben and I were talking about the Somerset levels and just all the opportunities there. So if we can just sort of be creative with what we're doing with finance and the environment, I think we can make some really good progress.
Well said. Tom?
I'm going to respond to the point about carbon labelling and the banking system. Go out on a bit of a limb here with a weird idea. I think that the initiatives like Science-Based Targets Initiative or Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures and the same one for nature, I mean, they're all helping to start recognizing the fact that large corporates and investors have these liabilities that are linked to the damage they've caused to the climate or nature, and to start to quantify them, and that's really important. But these quantification exercises, especially when you get outside of the scope of your immediate impact and you start talking about your supply chain, upstream and downstream, then it really starts getting a bit of a guessing game. And if we're ever going to reach the point where banking, you know, starts measuring and taking responsibility for their liabilities, or you can have a label on a product, you need to actually quantify and track those liabilities throughout the entire supply chain, from the investors at the beginning of finance through to the creation of the product and its transformation and its final sale. And I think we need a liabilities system that tracks things like probably the tons of CO2 you've created, emitted, on balance sheets right the way through the supply chain in the same way that we track balance sheets for money. And I think that would actually, I mean, it would be a huge amount of work to set it up, but it would be quite transformational if we did.
Great. Okay, so we've covered a huge amount, lots to think about after this. I think one of the challenges, as I was saying at the beginning, is the lack of time that we have. And I think when we're thinking about all these wonderful ideas, what can we get away quickly? What can make a difference as soon as possible? Because we don't have any time to lose. So join me in thanking our panelists. And it's a coffee break, but remember, it's only 15 minutes. Apologies. Hi, everyone.
A similar mechanism that was broadened to cover all types right the way through the supply chain in the same.
These wonderful ideas, what can we get away quickly? What can make a difference as soon as possible? Because we don't have any time to lose. So join me in thanking our panelists.
It's a bit loud, so might be ergonomic, perhaps.
It does. You have to get somewhere over going and pressing a button.
Fantastic. If everyone is ready, we'll get started with our final panel of the day. We've got a stellar lineup of panelists for you here. We'll start with, as with the previous panel, some introductory remarks from each of our speakers, and then we'll go into a question and answer. I will kick off with a few questions, and then we'll go to questions from the audience and from the live stream as well. A bit of background to today's panel. The father of modern conservatism, Edmund Burke, spoke of that partnership between the living, the dead, and the unborn. And nothing symbolises that intergenerational bond more clearly than our natural environment. We are the temporary custodians of a unique and precious natural inheritance, but that inheritance has been recklessly and dangerously depleted, threatening the security and prosperity not just of this generation, but of future generations as well. So our generation, therefore, has a duty not just to conserve what we've got, but to put nature into recovery. Of course, this doesn't mean turning back the clock. It means increasing the diversity and abundance of the nature that we have today. Our natural environment has been shaped by humanity for millennia. So what does nature restoration mean for the 21st century? From the successful reintroduction of beavers, as Ben and George spoke about this morning, to the white-tailed eagles in Scotland and the Isle of Wight, to the re-establishment of pine martens and red squirrels to more corners of the UK. What other species should be reintroduced? How can we work with local communities and farmers on those projects? And what are some of the risks associated? Our set of panelists will seek to answer those questions from a range of perspectives, the scientific, the historic, and the political. First up, I would like to invite Danny Kruger, MP, to deliver his opening remarks. Danny has been MP for Devizes since 2019 and is a member of the Sen Parliamentary Caucus. Before entering Parliament, he was Political Secretary to the Prime Minister. Danny, over to you.
Thanks very much. So I think I've been asked to try and set out a bit of the philosophical, political case for conservatism as the party of restoration, which I think is actually a better word than conservatism. We're not just in a sort of passive mode of conserving. We have the active responsibility to restore. And I started fairly abstractly with the idea of a culture or civilization or community basically being defined by the object of its worship. What do we take our metaphysics and our morality from? What do we think matters? And before Christianity, it could be said that pagan civilization was defined by the worship of nature, of wood and stone and the sea and stars and animals. And pagans had an idea of mankind as being not just in nature, but of nature, basically at one with the environment. Christianity came along and had a different idea, which is that we are not, we are in, but we are not of nature. And we have a responsibility to it, of stewardship and of dominion. Tom's word, great word. And stewardship involves more than just the conservation. It involves cultivation, growth, making two plants grow where one grew before. And I'm concerned about environmentalism if it is to become a neo-pagan anti-growth agenda that wants to return us to a position of being merely in and merely of nature as well as in it. I think we have a different responsibility as human beings to cultivate. And conservatism might be defined as the philosophy of man in his environment, of people in their environment, which is why property rights matter so much to conservatives. And Roger Scruton, the other father of our philosophy, said that something like the beauty of the English landscape is testament to centuries of inherited property rights. It's been made and shaped by people. I was listening on the way in. I was unaware I was going to be on a panel with Tom Holland until I got in and checked my notes. But I was listening to Tom this morning, his new podcast on the railways, and of course, the coming of the railways. And of course, the railways represented a great threat to the propertied interest of the country, but also a massive opportunity, which many of them grabbed, we both had. And I think, and speaking of Burke, I remembered a quote from him, unifying the two ideas of what modernity and industry means. But what beautiful and useful spots have been made about trading and manufacturing towns. And how has agriculture had reason to bless that happy alliance with commerce? And how miserable must that nation be, whose frame of polity has disjointed the landed and the trading interests? So there is our union of our politics. On net zero, the responsibility of landowners is tremendous, as we know. I think restoration is a great principle for our party. We should be the party of 1660 when it comes to the environment we are about restoring the proper order of things. And of course, we have in Boris Johnson, Charles II of our time. And what greater mission can there be than the restoration of the ancient landscape of Salisbury Plain by tunnelling the A303 underneath it? And with that, I'll next one.
And on that rather controversial note, we will move on to our next speaker. Ruth Edwards is MP for Rushcliffe, has been since 2019, and is also a member of the Sen Caucus. Ruth was a leading advocate for the new due diligence law, which will help to tackle deforestation in our supply chains, and she sat on the Environment Bill Committee, which, given the size of that legislation, was no mean feat. Ruth, over to you.
Thanks, James. I should probably just qualify that with the fact I sat on the Environment Bill Committee for about 3 sessions before I then got COVID and was unable to take part in the rest of the Bill Committee, which was extremely, I was gutted actually, because I think of all the really important bills we've got coming through in this parliamentary session, the Environment Bill was one that's closest to my heart that I'd have loved to have been a part of. I've been asked to talk today a bit about the importance of nature to communities and how politicians can engage with communities and with nature restoration. And I think as we go about our daily lives, it's very easy to forget just how close we are as a species to nature, how much we rely on it, and therefore how important the natural world is to our shared health, our well-being, and also our prosperity. But I do think that the COVID pandemic has done a lot to change this. It's completely interrupted the pattern of our normal lives. It's changed our relationship with the natural world and how we think about conservation and green spaces close to home as well as far away. I think this is true as a macro level, as it's certainly, I think, highlighted in people's mind the firm link between the spread of zoonotic disease and habitat loss. But I think it's also been very true at a local level. You know, before people might dream of going abroad to find beautiful nature or off to a national park somewhere, but with lockdown, a lot of people rediscovered really beautiful spaces just on their doorsteps that perhaps they'd overlooked in their everyday lives previously. And in Rushcliffe, there's, like many places, we've had a couple of examples of this. In West Bridgeford, which is the big town in my constituency and borders Nottingham City, residents have rediscovered this beautiful sort of green space. I don't know how it's not been built on, actually. I think it's owned by the county council. I think they actually just forgot about it because it's between a whole bunch of housing developments. It's called Wilford Field. It was originally really a sort of waste ground, but now we've got lots of grass, lots of trees on there. It's not managed in any ways, but it is a really nice green space. Residents have formed a group called Friends of Wilford Field. They're now petitioning the county council to turn it into a nature reserve and want to be much more proactive in managing and rewilding that place. Something that I'm backing them on, and we're trying to get Nottingham University, who have a campus in my constituency, to do a biodiversity survey to help us with that campaign. It's also given huge momentum to a campaign to stop a planning application for a gravel quarry near a beautiful village in my constituency called Barton-in-Fabis. It's in this lovely green valley. It's right on the borders of the River Trent, and on the other side of the River Trent, 70 metres away from where they're proposing to put this gravel pit, is the Attenborough Nature Reserve, which is full of beautiful, rare species of birds who obviously all come over to the river and feed on the banks. The proposal is now that would become a gravel quarry. I think it's a terrible proposal. It's one that hasn't taken into account the sort of effect of noise and dust and a whole range of environmental pollutants to the sort of the extent that it needs to. It doesn't have good mitigations, I think, particularly around restoring the biodiversity of the site afterwards, and I very much hope it's turned down. And I think there's loads of ways in which MPs can connect and serve their communities with projects like this. Not everyone will want to wander into something as controversial as a gravel pit planning application, but there are many other ways, everything from sort of litter picking to tree planting to developing new green spaces to protecting local species. I'm also a bat trust champion for the brown long-eared bat, many of which have their homes in Rushcliffe. I actually met one of them. I met a bat that's kept in, I met him on Zoom. He's called Des the Bat. He lives in captivity because he was found injured. He can't fly, so he's looked after by one of the Bat Trust volunteers and seems very happy. And word has obviously got round the brown long-eared bat community in Rushcliffe, because I came down to my house one day and opened the curtains in my library. I thought, is that a bat hanging from this wooden beam in my ceiling? And it was, we put a photo online and said, all right, guys, what do you think this species of bat is? So he was identified as a brown long-eared bat, and I thought in my role as bat champion, probably what I should do is close the curtains, surrender the room to the bat for the day, and then, wish him well on his way at nightfall, which is what we did. So yeah, obviously species protection as well, and then I was really lucky to join the Conservative Environment Network on our visit. A whole bunch of MPs went down to see the Knepp estate, which of course has been rewilded by the Burrell family. So I think, whether you're doing it on a tiny scale or on a huge scale like they have down at Knepp, there's loads of opportunities, I think, for local communities to get together in restoring nature. I think it will it will clean up our air, our water, it will increase the quality of our lives, it will reduce, I think, the prevalence of chronic illness in our population. And it will give us direct and indirect economic benefits, and this has been pretty well established by the Descriptor Review. And it will also, I think, help us to pass down our understanding of the natural world to future generations. Anybody who's got even a vague interest in environmental policy will know the government's been doing a lot of work in this space. We've got the 25-year environment plan. We obviously commissioned the Descriptor Review, the Environment Bill, as we've just discussed, and then the reform of farm payments, which I know, I think George Eustice was here talking about this morning. I think they've got a brilliant opportunity to return unproductive farmland to nature and encourage biodiversity. And I think I just want to address one of the challenges that's often thrown at us, particularly around this idea and ELM's focus on the environment, and that's the idea of food security. And it's a fair challenge, but I do think it's really important we remember that reducing food production on some of this land actually poses very little risk to our food security. Losing the least productive 20% of farmland would reduce the calories we produce by only about 3%. So I think it's really important to balance that against the huge decline we've seen in species across the United Kingdom in the previous couple of decades. We've also got great opportunities through the government's tree planting mission, restoring coastal habitats, and I've been really lucky to work with SEN to argue for better marine protection and for the recommendations of the Bennion Review, particularly around highly protected marine areas to be adopted by the government. So I'm thrilled that they're going ahead with that pilot. So I think there's lots of opportunities for politicians to get involved, both leading the conversation at a national level, but also working with communities at a local level, and I look forward to continuing to do so.
Thank you ever so much, Ruth. And it's good to hear from Danny about the importance of cultivation and restoration, and from you about the importance of community and that resurgence of community spirit since the pandemic. I'm now going to turn to Tony Juniper, Chair of Natural England and a best-selling author. And just before you start, Tony, just to say congratulations on your reappointment as Chair of Natural England for a second term. I think I speak for everyone with an interest in the natural environment to say how delighted I was to hear that news. And we had the Secretary of State here this morning talking about this 2030 species abundance target being the compass guiding policy in DEFRA now. You're the Natural England's statutory advisor to the government on this and overseeing a lot of the nature recovery work. What will you be advising the Secretary of State over the coming years to hit that target?
Well, thank you very much. The key to what we need to do over the years ahead, I think, is about integration of different streams of work, some of which have just been mentioned by Ruth already. We've got a series of policies out there now, ranging from the Nature for Climate Fund, which is going to establish a very large increase in woodland cover, and also peatland recovery. We have ELM, which is going to be several billions of pounds each year deployed to blending in environmental recovery into agricultural landscapes. We have the Biodiversity Net Gain tool that will be coming forward. We also have a very significant flood budget, much of which will be spent on engineering, but some of which could be spent on rewilding woodland on hills and the restoration of floodplains and recovery of peatlands, all of which would help to reduce flood risk at the same time as recovering nature. Now, the challenge is, how are we going to join all of these things together? Because if you look at those budgets, they're quite significant, and very often we're encouraged to think, and with some good reason, that we don't have enough money to do what needs to be done. But if we can harness all of these different tools and point them in the same direction in actual places, then we start to get some traction. And this is the core of what we're thinking at Natural England at the moment, and trying to integrate those and other tools, including the existing protected area network, which is very significant, plus various rewilding initiatives that are coming from the grassroots across the country. If we can pull all these things together into a coherent whole, then we can start to do what we all know we now need to do, which is to go beyond conservation and into large-scale nature recovery. And that's the intent of the 25-year environment plan. It is the implication of what came from the Das Gupta review, and there's every other good reason now linked to natural capital analysis as to why we must now be very ambitious about all of this. So the thing that we see at Natural England as the organising framework for that integration of all those different tools is the so-called Nature Recovery Network, which was an idea in the 25-year environment plan, and which we've pulled to be front and centre in the Natural England effort right now. And using all of the different tools that we have, alongside all those other things I just mentioned, we declare national nature reserves, we notify sites of special scientific interest, we work in partnership with NGOs and water companies, we have a role in the planning system, and we're leading on various species recovery activities. If we can deploy that alongside those other initiatives, then actually, these 2030 targets, which look pretty ambitious, we actually got a chance of meeting them. But this is going to be quite a complicated wiring job, I guess you could describe it at one level, getting all the agencies and the different pieces organised. And one thing that came in the Environment Act at the end of last year, which is really important for all of this, is the idea of local nature recovery strategies. And we're putting a lot of effort into being able to use these spatial planning exercises. They'll be run at county level, to be working with local authorities, to be bringing in all the partners at that level, so the Environment Agency, the Forestry Commission, the local authority, the water companies, the housing developers, the infrastructure providers. If everyone can be agreeing, broadly speaking, that in this landscape, a subset of Oxfordshire or a part of Buckinghamshire, we're going to need to protect these existing natural assets for carbon, for recreation, for biodiversity, for water purity, and at the same time, we're going to have to rebuild the missing pieces and to connect up these disparate areas of habitat, then, we've got a framework to organise all of this. My big fear is that we look at each initiative in turn, and they are individually useful. Planting more trees, repairing peat bogs, designating another triple SI, all good on their own, but the power really comes when you put them together. And we can start to do what John Norton told us 10 years ago in his Making Space for Nature report, that we need more, bigger and better and connected natural habitats across the country if we are going to reverse this tide of decline that we've seen now for decades, and it's very well documented. And one thing I just pick up just by way of close, as Ruth pointed out, a critical bit of this is how we're going to blend this into agricultural landscapes. 70% of this country is in different kinds of farming, and so being able to work with people who are managing the land for food production and being able to blend in that nature recovery network is one of the critical pieces we have to get right. And obviously Secretary of State DEFRA, George Eustice, is spending a lot of time thinking through how we can deploy that ELM opportunity to do this in the best possible way. This is extremely exciting, I have to say. I've been working in all of these subjects now for a very long time, and we've never had this level of traction and ambition and level of opportunity with all those different tools. And I have to say how much a difference it makes when you have leadership from the very top on all of this, and the extent to which this has been driven by Prime Minister to a very large extent. And we're very, very pleased to see this now coming to effect on the ground as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Really interesting to hear about all the tools at our disposal now
Yeah.
and the need to put those to work under the umbrella of the Nature Recovery Network. Next up is Tom Holland, the renowned award-winning historian and author and co-host of the fantastic Rest is History podcast, which, like Danny, I'm also a fan of, and as are many people in this room, no doubt. Tom is a passionate environmental campaigner and possibly Britain's most stalwart defender of the hedgehog, along with SEN's Chris Grayling, of course. So, Tom, it'd be good if you could give us a sense of how our island has been transformed by generations of Britons, as Danny said, settling, cultivating and building across the landscape, and what a kind of programme of nature recovery for the 21st century should look like.
Well, I'm very grateful for the invitation and rather surprised because I suspect that I am the only president of an organisation that has actually taken the Conservative government to court. And I'm thrilled to say won. I'm just going to briefly touch on the Stonehenge landscape because although that touches on history, I think it does also touch on issues of conservation and nature generally. I thought Danny's talk was so good, especially when he was talking about the podcast, and then he completely blew it in the final line. But I think that he fixed on what is a kind of profound philosophical tension at the heart of conservatism. Because, of course, conserving landscapes, conserving flora, conserving fauna, of course, the link with conservatism seems to me self-evident, and the invocation of Burke here, again, seems to me entirely apt. If I am opposed to digging a huge gash of tarmac and concrete through our most precious prehistoric landscape, and it would be restorative in the way that introducing the cane toad to help out Australia's biodiversity would be restorative, if that goes ahead, then I will be emotionally, and dare I say spiritually, torn. And it does seem to me that that sense of commitment to, what is it, the phrase, the partnership between the living, the dead, and the yet unborn, is a kind of vital wellspring for the conservative instinct, the desire to preserve what is precious and to keep it for future generations. But of course, I also entirely understand that the Conservative Party is the party of capitalism. It is the party of unleashing economic high spirits. It's at the moment the party of levelling up, and levelling up obviously is going to require all kinds of infrastructure projects. So I do get that. And I think that in the Stonehenge landscape, the planning inspectorate, which came out very strongly against the development of the tunnel, and it spoke in Burkean terms, it spoke of the fact that here we are talking in terms of thousands of years. And again, Danny mentioned, the pre-Christian attitudes to the natural world. Well, the Stonehenge landscape is a kind of enduring living monument to those attitudes. And it talked in Burkean terms, the planning inspectorate, kind of most unusual for a government agency, that the tunnel would affect not only our own, but future generations. And against that, of course, there is the need to expedite the traffic that otherwise gets stuck on the single lane. So I don't dispute the Highways in England's own figures that building the tunnel will save 4.8 seconds per mile on an average 100-mile journey. So we are dealing in terms of millennia, or we are dealing in terms of seconds, and I accept that they are both important. And I think that tension is evident in our attitude, obviously, to the natural world as well. It would be insane to pretend that that isn't a tension at the absolute heart of the conservative philosophy. And I do agree that I think that under the current Prime Minister, things have measurably improved. And it's not for me to decide who should be Prime Minister, but I hope that whatever happens, that will continue. But I do think also that there is one aspect to the conservative attitude to environmental protection that struck me walking here this morning and thinking about it. And that is that although, of course, there is this tension between the desire to preserve our landscapes, our animals, our flora, and the needs for kind of economic growth, I think that there is a particular aspect perhaps to conservatives, which is there in Burke and also there in Roger Scruton, who I think has been invoked too, which is a suspicion of abstractions, a suspicion of gaseous abstractions that perhaps a conservative may instinctively feel is too gassy. And I think that does seem to me a problem with the environmental movement generally. I think it's a problem with Extinction Rebellion, that what kind of extinction are they talking about? Whenever I've asked an Extinction Rebellion activist, what extinctions are you opposing? They will talk in kind of apocalyptic terms about the ruin of the planet. They won't talk about individual species that are threatened with extinction and what they might do to try and help them. And I think that there is scope there for a conservative government to do what conservatives do so well, which is to fix on the particular. So Ruth talked about the brown long-eared bat coming in. I mean, that is what makes voters, want to support the environment and to see our landscapes restored and to see our flora and fauna brought back. It's that sense of personal contact. And I think that if we're talking in terms of how conservatives, there's a kind of current appetite for red meat, but perhaps there could be an appetite for greens as well. If conservatives focused not on biodiversity or sustainability or all these abstractions, but on the specifics. So we mentioned Chris Grayling's support for the hedgehog, and many other conservatives, so Prime Minister's father over there. Is Rory Stewart still a Conservative? Am I allowed to mention his name in these panels? Also gave an absolutely brilliant peroration. So I think that if Conservatives said, well, look, we're in favour of sustainability and environment and all these kind of abstractions, but specifically we are in favour of seeing hedgehog numbers restored. We, the Conservative government, are going to commit to restoring hedgehog numbers. We are the party for Mrs. Tiggywinkle. I think that would, I think voters would get behind that. I think people would, I'm speaking as a floating voter myself, but I would love to see that happen. So just as, the Stonehenge landscape, because it is the Stonehenge landscape, serves as a kind of lightning rod for all kinds of other environmental issues across this country to do with the conservation of heritage. So also, I think, much-loved species like the hedgehog, the bat, the sparrow, the chalk stream, all of which are under incredible strain and which require campaigns that go across a multitude of government agencies, I would guess. I would say that a Conservative government that swung behind that, I think that would be an excellent and vote-winning manoeuvre.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. And a very interesting and I think fair challenge to the rest of the panel and to Conservatives in this room about that tension between restoration and growth potentially and the importance of materialism over abstractions. I'd like now to turn to our final panellist, Andrew Terry, who is Director of Conservation and Policy at the Zoological Society of London, where he oversees the delivery of ZSL's new global strategy across Africa and Asia. Andrew, before Christmas, the SEND team had a fantastic away day to Whipstone Zoo, where we spoke to your colleagues about the contribution that zoos, the research and expert capacity that you guys have, the contribution that can make to nature recovery in this country. So it'd be good to kind of get a flavour of what ZSL is capable of offering in that regard.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So I guess that there are a couple of points that I really want to pick up, and those last comments about being able to focus around species recovery and being very specific about what we want would be wonderful, because I think conservationists are often caught in a trap of the so what argument. So what something is going extinct, who cares? And I think to bring them back to that sort of emblematic quality, the totemic, I think that Ben was talking about this morning, would be fantastic. The Zoological Society of London really focuses on pushing the science of recovery. So we're helping government on different aspects of the sort of technicalities of how do you reintroduce species, how do you restore species. It's a very complicated process, and it's a long-term process. I think that's another message that I have, is that people will focus on a release event or a species is back in the wild. But actually, this is a 20, 30, 40-year commitment to see the recovery of species. And they're going to follow a bumpy trajectory as policy changes, as climate changes, as different things happen. The fate of those species conservation efforts will change over time as well. And it takes commitment over a very long time to see recovery succeed. But succeed it does. And we have a number of real success stories to draw on in that regard. So we're very much involved in that. We also look at the ecosystem and habitat level. So we do a lot of work around the UK coastline. And I think, as we talk a lot about our landscapes, I really want to call out for our seascapes as well, and talk about the recovery needs of our seas. And also, we've got a very domestic focus, but with our UK overseas territories, we also have a duty of care over, I think it was 3.8 million square kilometres of ocean around the world, where there are real stores of global biodiversity. And the UK government has a commitment there that we really want to make sure is delivered upon. Another major aspect of our work, and I think that we've touched on a lot in this debate and the whole morning, is around coexistence with wildlife. Now, we talk about coexistence with wildlife when we talk about African conservation and Asian conservation, because we're asking communities to live with increasing populations of sometimes very dangerous wildlife. And they are having to forego and suffer deprivations for that. It's a different debate when you transpose that back home in the United Kingdom, and we have some very tough discussions about what coexistence with recovering wildlife will actually look like going forwards, and what level of consultation is needed and engagement. And that's a very live debate. I mean, we can talk about some of the sort of, discussions around beavers and land management and other species that we might want to bring back for the role they play in creating diverse habitats. So that's a very sort of, becomes a very live area. But, ZSL is, we have 2 zoos as part of our organization. We're part of a large network in the UK that reaches out to, I think, over 35 million people in the country. We're involved in 30 or 40 species conservation and reintroduction programs through this country. So we are a major conservation agent, not only delivering on the ground, but also engaging those audiences who are going to be living with that wildlife and finding ways to push the debate around coexistence going forwards. So I think, we have a great role to play. And coming back to Tony's point about this massive scaling up we need to see, likewise, I really want to see the role of species recovery within that broader nature recovery network. So we will have high priority species recoveries sitting within this national recovery network, working together. And so all of these projects we talk about, whether it's angel sharks off the coast of Wales, or is it walk biter crickets or bats, they are all collaborations. They are all different NGOs working with government and landowners to make it happen. And I think promoting that integration, enabling it, making it easier, is an absolute priority going forward.
Very interesting. Thank you, Andrew. So I'm going to kick off with a couple of questions, and then we'll go to the audience, because I know lots of you want to jump in. I'm going to give Danny a right of reply to Tom's challenges. Firstly, on this potential tension within conservatism between restoration, part of conservation, but also growth and capitalism, or the commercial society. And then also, of course, the issue of in particular of Stonehenge, which I think Tom was saying encapsulates that tension.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, because I was being a bit facetious about Stonehenge. That was just fine. The jury's out, literally. There's a judicial process underway. Secretary of State has to reconsider. And, I'll be guided by that and by the ongoing arguments. I mean, I know the world is changing. and thinking should adapt. So I'm still prepared to, I've got an open mind on where we go with that, and I totally understand the argument against it. I mean, I think it is finely balanced, more finely balanced than Tom suggests. I mean, we don't want a gash across the landscape of Stonehenge, but there is a gash there. You know, there's a massive national trunk road, a couple of 100 yards from these ancient stones, and the question is, do we want that, or do we want an admittedly large hole in the ground, out of sight of the stones, in a fold of the hills, on a bit of the landscape that doesn't have much prehistoric stuff there. So, you know, I think it's a poised argument, but I'm staying on the fence on it. Poised myself, right? So I think, and you know, I did my DPhil at Edmund Burke. I yield to no one in my love of his rhetoric, but you know, the Sabbath was made for man, and the union between the living, the dead, and the unborn includes the living. And that you could say that the dead and the unborn are the classic abstractions. So I think there is something to be said for today's generation having a claim on our attention. And so to your point, James, I think we need to, the conservative philosophy is about the reconciliation of the tension between freedom and belonging as much as anything, between liberty and responsibility. And I think, I mean, I'm very much struck by what Ruth was saying about these specific campaigns, and I think Tom was right, that's the way to particularly to bring our base with us on this journey towards conservation, restoration, net zero. And I think, yes, to focus on the species, individual species. This is brilliant that, you know, beavers have been illegally reintroduced to Wiltshire. I think Ben Goldsmith was out with his head torch one night. I don't know, but so that's really important. And the other way to, I think, a conservative argument is around. I mean, this is more about around net zero, but it's around security and resilience. And there's, I think, some very profound sort of slightly more selfish arguments that we could be making. But we are, I think, very well placed at the moment. Interesting what Tony said about this, such an exciting moment. It really does feel like it. And if we can reconcile net zero with levelling up, we've hit the bullseye. And I think we can do that with a sensible conservative approach that actually remembers that man was given the earth to cultivate, and we have a responsibility to honour the human interest. And the way to do that best is by conserving and restoring, but not by trashing livelihoods.
Thank you, Danny. Tom, I want to turn to you with a specific question. I want to kind of introduce this concept known as shifting baselines, in which each generation becomes accustomed to lower and lower levels of biodiversity. It's something we've touched on implicitly, but I wondered if you've got a thought or a view on this growing campaign, which Sen MP Karen Ansell is a part of, for a natural history GCSE, so that young people growing up today know what they're missing and the potential for, as we've spoken about, for restoration. Is that something that you would like to see introduced to the education system?
And of course, I mean, I think that one of the reasons, you know, the joke is it's always that people become more conservative as they become middle-aged. And certainly true for me. I mean, if I feel strongly say about hedgehogs, it's because I remember growing up in Wiltshire and finding hedgehogs in the garden, finding them caught in nets, all kinds of things, and just completely taking them for granted. And now, you know, where my parents live, they haven't seen a hedgehog for years and years. And I think that as you become middle-aged, you do realise this. You start to become oppressed by a sense of how depleted our landscape in Britain is becoming. And obviously that is something that reaches back and back and back and back, so that you read 18th century naturalists, and you're overwhelmed by a sense of the kind of plenitude that they are living among, the plenitude of insects, for instance, the plenitude of birdsong. And so when you... I don't know if anyone's seen the kind of brilliantly weird film, Penda's Fen, which was made in the 1970s. It's the best film about a pagan Nazi living in Shropshire that you will ever see. That features a pagan Mercian king appearing at the very end. And so that's Penda. And when Penda reappears, he's up on the kind of Shropshire hills, blue remembered hills. And what I noticed watching that was the deafening sound of birdsong. And if you watch any film made in Britain in the 70s, what you will notice is how much louder the sound is. And I think that one of the things that's happening at the moment, and that should shame us as a country, is the fact that actually on the continent, things do seem to be getting better. You know, we have wolves in the Netherlands and Belgium, and we have, you know, people in Spain and Italy complaining about the number of bears. We have no wolves, we have no bears, and our biodiversity, it seems to me, is continuing in a process of decline. And I've got a quote here from Mark Cocker, whose book on environmental agencies and exploring the paradox of why it is that we in Britain seem to care more about the natural world than almost any other country. You know, we have more environmental charities and pressure groups, and yet we have this incredible poverty of biodiversity. And he says that he should know, not since the last ice age has Britain been so stripped bare of its natural inhabitants. And I think that anything that can be done at the level of education should absolutely be introduced to try and repair that. Because we are but one species on this island. We're just one. Every other species, be it flora or fauna, belongs here as well.
It's all part of the tapestry of life.
Absolutely.
Ruth, I'm afraid, has to go. So I'm going to turn to Ruth to pick up, on the point of natural history and potentially introduce that into education, and then anything else you'd like to conclude on.
Thanks, James. Yeah, so I think, I agree that we should be integrating natural history into our curriculum. The one thing I will say is, obviously, it's part of my job. I go to a lot of schools. I'm going to sixth form tomorrow. I go to a lot of primary schools. And what I'm really struck by is when it comes to Q&A, there are so many questions that are on the environment. If I'm getting letters from school children, the subject is going to be a variation of climate change or nature. Loads of them have sort of green councils where they're looking at what they can do in their school, whether that's building an insect hotel or more litter bins. So I do think there is it's much more prevalent in education at the moment, certainly than it was when I was at school. And I think it's something that's at the forefront of a lot of the things that students get taught, either formally in lessons, but also as part of the wider culture of schools, which I think is brilliant. A couple of other things. On the tension between conserving and capitalism, I agree that traditionally that has been true, but it doesn't have to be. And if you take something like the energy revolution, one of the reasons why I'm so keen for the United Kingdom to be at the forefront of that is because partly because we have to, with the climate change issue, we have to get the temperature down, we have to move to renewable energies. There's also the security element that Danny mentioned, but there's also the economic element. If we are the driving front of these industries, whether that's offshore wind or new nuclear fusion, that is going to generate really, tons of high-skilled jobs throughout the country. And we've talked about the levelling up agenda. Well, one of the key targets, I think, for success for levelling up for me is not how many pretty roundabouts we've got on high streets, but whether somebody can have a really good career wherever they are in the country. And I think we are going to see huge disruption to people's jobs, to industries, by going to net zero. We are, and it's really, and I've been doing quite a lot of work with Onward, the think tank, about that. I hope I'm allowed to mention them here. Yeah. James not going to stab me with a pen or anything. But there is also great opportunity in these areas where we will see disruption to bring jobs in green energy, jobs in the new green economy, and it's really important that we focus on doing that. So I think there are huge opportunities there. I was also struck by what the Descriptor review was saying about how we will never achieve our goals of increasing biodiversity if we rely on public finances, because we just don't have that. We need to get private finance, private capital flowing towards restoring nature. Now, at the moment, it isn't, and that's why I have complete sympathy for the argument that traditionally there has been this split, but there really doesn't have to be. And I think if we start to think about nature in the way that the descriptor review portrays it, I think that is a huge opportunity for us to bring capitalism and conservation together. And then the final point, I'd just like to thank Tom very much for his Party of Mrs. Tiggywinkle line, which will definitely be going on my literature. I think I'm going to go with hedgehogs rather than bears, because they're somewhat less controversial, and I'm a little bit worried about I'm a little bit worried about bears and what they're going to do to my alpacas. But I think the serious point you make is really good, because we can often get very technocratic when discussing the environment. It's all about all this target here and that target there, and saving the world on this huge scale. And I think it seems in a way, it's very difficult for people to get really engaged into, and it also just seems totally overwhelming and so huge. And when you can boil that down into something really tangible, like talking about a specific species, talking about a specific area or a specific habitat, I think that resonates much more with people, and we can bring people along and get them engaged and wanting to preserve nature through doing that. So I think those are probably the 3 points I would make, and I apologise for having to leave early.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, Ruth, and thank you for joining us today. Turn to audience questions now, and we're going to start with Stanley Johnson at the front here. Just hang on, Stanley, the microphone's on its way. And I've got 2 other questions that I'm going to start with. We're doing batches of 3 to get through them.
It's very nice of you to give me another question, Jane. We had a real triumph, I think, with the Environment Bill, now Environment Act, when it came out with language which committed the government, as I recall, to halt and reverse the decline in species abundance by 2030. Now that was a fantastic achievement. I paid tribute, Ruth is gone, but I paid tribute really to all the MPs and also members of the House of Lords, many of whom were associated with SEN, who lobbied hard and worked hard to get that language in the bill. And the challenge now for all of us is to make sure the government delivers. Otherwise, Tom will bring another lawsuit. You see, tremendous, and that's why the sort of thing we're talking about today is very, very relevant. And I wanted to come back now that Tony is here on a point which I made as well en passant to the Secretary of State. Remember, we have just thrown away, as it were, I'm not making a political point here, it's just a statement of fact. We have thrown away the amazing tool in the armamentarium which we had when we were members of the EU, because we had the Habitat and Species Directives and the network of sites established under Natura 2000. Now, the good news, as I remarked this morning, is that technically, all those 800 sites amounting to 9% of the UK. I'm talking UK here, not England. But Tony and others know exactly what I mean. As far as I'm concerned, I still believe in the UK. You see, there it is. We've got that. Yes, technically we've, as it were, notified that all the Natura 2000 sites, all 800 of them, are now, technically speaking, part of the so-called Emerald Network. The political point I want Tony to comment on, and Terry in particular, is bear in mind, though the EU obligations have gone, we still have the obligations under the Berne Convention. We still have the comprehensive list of species under the Berne Convention, which are to be protected, including many which you're interested in, Andrew. We have, for example, obligations under the Berne Convention, I just looked it up as you were talking, which says to bring back native species with due care and attention. So this is the moment, a tremendously important moment, because the government has just asked for comment on the Glover report. Oh, sorry, it's asked for comments on its comments on the Glover report, if you see what I mean. And this is the moment for us, I think, collectively, to do what organisations like Wildlife and Countryside Link did tremendously in the run-up to the Environment Bill, to make it clear to the government that we absolutely believe that this network, which Tony was talking about, must not duck the species issue and the habitat issue, and it needs to make it absolutely clear that as we do seek to integrate all this, then UK emerald network sites have to take their place alongside the national parks, the AONBs or whatever they're called, and other, Ramsar sites and so on and so forth. I make one last point. Yes, we can't any longer make proposals to the EU, but we can make a proposal, for example, to the Council of Europe Berne Convention, and we could, for example, say to them, look, actually we, nationally in the UK, have now decided to adopt this halt and reverse the loss of species abundance by 2030. Let that be adopted now at a Council of Europe level. And it'd be quite amusing then to see if the EU would take it over too. Anyway, sorry, this was meant to be a question. My question is, Tony, you and I are going to comment on the government's response to Glover. Can we try and push this sort of thing too?
Fantastic. Thank you, Stanley. I'll come to Tony to answer that in a second. I'm just going to take two more questions. Just punchy.
Hi, my name's Tess Colley. I'm a journalist with Ends Report. My question is also about the species abundance target, and we've been talking about specifics and not being vague today. So I wondered, it's great we've got the target, but what will it actually mean to say we've reached that target? I wondered if the panel can comment on that. Maybe Tony, if you can comment on work being done, maybe that's going on to ensure that it's monitored in a way that we can know that that's happened.
Fantastic. And Elliot at the back.
Thanks, James. Hi, all. My name is Elliot from the Wildlife Trust. Last year, of course, last November, we had the UNFC COP26, the climate conference in Glasgow. This year, and it's not been mentioned much, we have its forgotten little brother, the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP15. How can we ensure that it's no longer a forgotten little brother, that it has the power and credibility to make a real difference internationally, and to ensure that UK leadership on nature restoration can be reflected globally?
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to go to Tony first to take on all three of those, if you can, Tony.
I can do quick going on each of those. Thank you, Stanley, for the questions around Glover review and the wider reforms of protected sites post-EU. So the government's consultation on the steps it will take post the Glover review were out last week. Everyone can comment on that. And the broad ambition is to get these national parks and areas of outstanding natural beauty, which are the biggest chunk of land that we have designated for nature, mostly for beauty rather than biodiversity. But one of the ambitions there is to get these places wilder and to really harness them for nature recovery. And this is why at Natural England we've been working very hard with the AONBs and national parks to build a partnership between us to do exactly that. So mutual support to be able to get these places to be contributing to the nature recovery network, because this is evidently one of the best places to start, because they are already declared for protection for other reasons. So that's work in progress, and we're hoping that the Glover review and the responses to it that come from everybody will really put some momentum behind that. Similarly for the net zero and climate change adaptation agenda, another area that Julian Glover's team noted, lots of peat bogs, lots of opportunities for repairing habitats to reduce flood risk and catch carbon, and of course a huge opportunity to do more with these places and indeed other new landscape designations to get the health and well-being benefits that are ever more closely documented in terms of being outside in natural areas and what that does then for the way people feel, which we've all discovered during the pandemic. So that's all work in progress. Now, in parallel to that, and I think Secretary of State mentioned this in public before Christmas, so I think I can say this, that he is working on a green paper to come forward, which will start to address some of the questions you just raised around the post-EU protected area network and what we're going to do with it in terms of a UK regime to do better than we did in Europe, because a lot of these places aren't in great shape. effects of air pollution, water pollution, fragmentation. We know that the protected areas we've got are not delivering what we need to deliver. So we need to go further, need to get more strategic about how we're looking at the steps needed to get these places into good shape. You know, because you can draw a line on the map of a wetland and there's a pollution source 20 miles away in a river coming from a sewage works or from some agricultural land, and it's affecting the site. But at the moment the toolkits that we have aren't really geared up to have that very integrated approach. So hopefully that paper and the steps that follow it will help us to go down that road of really getting the very best out of this Emerald network and, you know, reflecting the objectives of the Berne Convention. And so that's what we have a team at Natural England working on with colleagues at DEFRA to be able to do some of that. And sorry, I didn't write down the middle question.
It's on 2030 species target.
So this is work in progress. Post-Environment Act is to come up with the metrics and begin to look at how we can monitor that. One good thing we do have, and relates to Tom's point about this country being very engaged in the natural environment, is that we're getting a massive amount of volunteer data from ornithologists, from butterfly recorders and so on and so forth. And so, you know, there is quite a rich body of information that we have to monitor that. Wetland bird survey, common bird census, various pieces of work that are done, you know, through butterfly conservation and others. So, you know, potentially we have quite a rich body of data there. You know, that will give us some of the metrics to be able to follow this. And just on that, well, I'm going to come to that. Just let me say something about this species thing, because I think there's something really important here. I did raise this the other day with some DEFRA colleagues around the potential power we might get for that nature recovery network idea through having a series of species ambassadors that would really engage people and get them to want to join in.
Put your hedgehog ambassador next to you.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I just made a little list here. Curlew, dormouse, hedgehog, swift, beaver, wild brown trout, white-tailed eagle, willow tit, great bustard, bluefin tuna, 2 species of seahorse. We've got wildcat, and I've got to end with lynx. These would get people very excited in different ways. It would. And so, you know...
I think there's a send campaign there, yeah.
But if you wanted to recover all of those species and others, you would have to repair the fabric of the natural environment. And it's about this point between the general and the specific. So Nature Recovery Network, very general. If you want to do it, you're going to have to harness energy. And one way of doing that is putting these species ambassadors into the front of the conversation that goes on. So I think there's definitely something really potentially powerful in there. On this climate versus biodiversity profile thing, I think the problem comes back to the very beginnings of how the climate change story was told to people. It was very people-facing. It was about flooding, it was about heat waves, it was about crop failure. Everyone got very excited about it. The disappearance of the dormouse, yeah, a bit of a shame, but still, what does it mean to me? You know, kind of a thing, which was there in the narrative about how all of this was talked about for 30 years. What's just happened, and the Dasgupta review is the most recent manifestation of it, suddenly it's flipped now into an economic discussion. Natural capital, sustaining of food security, water security, health and well-being, carbon capture, things that suddenly have become very important from a practical point of view, and it's propelled the biodiversity discussion into a new space. Although, you know, the biodiversity word doesn't help us. There was a BBC survey a few years ago. They went out and asked everybody in the street, what do you think biodiversity is? Guess what the most popular answer was? A washing powder. So this doesn't help. Which is why I always talk about nature rather than biodiversity, because it's got a wider set of implications as well in terms of beauty and, you know, the extent to which people can instantly relate to the spiritual dimensions of it as well as the technical ones.
Okay, and we're going to go to, got 2 more questions. Two ladies here, and then I'm going to give each of the panelists a final slot to answer the questions and conclude. We're already running over time, I'm afraid. So, far away.
The first thing is that with all this conservation that we're doing, with the species being reintroduced and wonderful flora and fauna, access is going to be difficult for a lot of people, especially children in the country. And the second thing is with planning permissions and councils running that process. When there's a question of a grade 2 listed building or a building of importance, they always have to bring in somebody from the heritage side to comment. Could it be useful if Natural England were coming in to comment on applications as how they were going to affect the progress of this, the species being reintroduced or biodiversity, etc.?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm from a local authority, and sorry if this is a similar question, but it's a different audience. For me, I think Danny Kruger put together the most amazing report a couple of years ago, and it was around health and well-being and healing the UK after the pandemic. But it was through biodiversity, and I just want the help from a local authority perspective, because there are 343 of us, and that's where the rubber hits the road with all of these people who are doing so much good, the individuals who are working on an individual basis. We have citizens who are working really hard. We have businesses who are really starting to add social value. We have civic societies who are working as well, but we don't really have the mechanism now to pull it all together. You talked about integration, Tony. What I think we need is some form of partnership on a borough-based level. I'm forming one at the moment in the Royal Borough of Windsor Maidenhead, but we don't all have them, and I think there's still too much political silos at a local authority level, and if we could fix that, I think we would fix a lot. Sorry to preach.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to run along the table, starting with Andrew. You've got to pick up on any threads from those questions which you'd like to, and then some concluding remarks, please. No more than 30 seconds to a minute.
Well, I tell you what's really heartening to see the prominence of species recovery and how iconic it can be. Wonderful. Sign us up for sturgeon as well. We need those back in our rivers. Excellent. I think one thing we haven't talked about to your question around access is also diversity and inclusion within the environmental sector, because we are a very marginalised community, I'm afraid, typically, and we need to reach out to a broader audience to really make a stronger connection to nature. So wherever we can do that, and local authorities are going to be absolutely vital in that, how we can broaden the debate around the future of our natural landscapes and seascapes in the UK. And again, working with our zoo communities and their local authorities, we do that in London, we do it with other councils, and actually all the council authorities where we have projects in the UK are vital stakeholders and partners in that project, and we couldn't do it without them. So I fully agree with what you're saying. I think one note of caution when we talk about climate and biodiversity, we have to be, I agree with you on the nature and the annoyance of the word biodiversity, but we have to be a bit careful that the narrative around planting trees doesn't actually take away from nature restoration. We need to see diverse, vibrant ecosystems restored. That doesn't always equate to planting trees. And when we talk trees, it's the right tree, the right place at the right time. But it's really, we need to see nature-rich environments restored, because we have lost that abundance. And anyone going to the Nep estate, we've talked about it, go listen to the dawn chorus at Nep. Oh my God, at 5 o'clock in the morning, you will not be asleep, because it's loud and it reminds you what we've lost. So going forward, we're going to really want to see that ramping up of species conservation. We will champion it with colleagues in the zoo community and others to really push that forward, and then see how these restoration strategies sit within that broader landscape view of really locking as much carbon as we can back into our lands.
Fantastic. Danny, over to you.
Thanks. Very much agree with the point about local authority role and access as well. And I suppose my simple concluding remarks is just to, when we talk about integration of the different agencies, Tony said absolutely right, we need to integrate the public into the vision as well, and I think we've had some very helpful suggestions around that. I would just say we need to remember that, have a kind of humans first framework and narrative for this whole agenda, and I know that can be controversial and difficult, but from the politics of it, that has got to be essential. I'd add another point about humans and their landscapes we've just discussed, and whether ELM could include heritage capital and the responsibility of the stewards of the land to conserve the residue of human activity, particularly in Wiltshire, where we've got all these amazing barrows and so on. And I think there's a way of reflecting the relationship of man and his landscape usefully through the ELM scheme. And lastly, can I be the great bustard champion? It is the county bird of Wiltshire, and we need them back.
Fantastic. Thank you. Tony, over to you very briefly.
Oh, there's so many things to say. Just on the local authority piece, we do already have a role at Natural England working with local authority on planning applications and trying to make sure that they're lined up with the nature side as much as possible. One thing looking forward, which is going to be a huge opportunity through the local authorities, is the fact that they will lead on the local nature recovery strategies. They will own those. We'll be giving technical support and backing them up and helping and pulling in partners. But they will be in the lead there. Now, there's one really important piece that we need to get right over the coming period, however, on this, and that is to ensure that any reforms we have to the planning system are, again, fully integrated with that. Otherwise, we're going to create the problem we've got now, whereby we've got environmental protection here, we've got planning over there, they clash, everyone gets very upset. Can we conceive of a way of doing this whereby planning is planning for nature recovery as well as infrastructure and housing? Question mark. I just leave that there. Because if we do that, then we start to get the synergies and the integration in a way which is going to make this go much more smoothly, give certainty to developers, not be, an endless conflict between newts and houses and all these things that we've suffered from for too long. So that's essential, and that partnership piece is critical in being able to make this happen. And actually, should just mention that for the Nature Recovery Network, we did launch a Nature Recovery Network partnership last year, 600 organisations in there, including some really big private sector organisations, various other companies, Network Rail, big housing firms, water people, as well as the RSPB, National Trust, and everybody else. So we're starting to build a vehicle that can bring people together to be able to do this together. Just on that point that Danny made about the heritage side. So this phrase nature recovery, we've kind of challenged ourselves a bit at Natural England. What do we mean by that? And so we've decided we mean four things. We want the recovery of native animals and plants. We want the recovery of beauty, so the national parks and the areas of outstanding natural beauty being spiritually uplifting places. We want the recovery of natural ecosystem function, carbon capture, clean rivers, soil fertility, and all of those processes, pollinators. And then the fourth thing we've said is we want to blend that into the into the human heritage as well, so the historic environment. And if you put those four things together in a particular place and you set out an explicit plan for recovery of all of that and protection, obviously you can't recover the actually you can, can't you? You can enhance the built environment and the heritage environment. It can be enhanced for public benefit. So you can blend this in. And there are certain landscapes across the country where you can see all four. So the Yorkshire Dales hay meadows, for example, outstanding for their biological interest for wading birds nesting, insects and plants. They are stunning to look at, and people go there to look at these places. They hold carbon and they stop downstream flooding in the likes of York and other towns. And of course they're an historic environment, they're not natural, they're an historic heritage environment. And so that vision for nature recovery, if you can start to pull these pieces together, not only do you achieve better outcomes, you actually build coalitions of people who want to work together. So that's kind of where we finished up on that thought.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tony. An inspiring vision for the future. And Tom, finally, over to you.
I just want to talk on a personal note, an experience that brought home to me how much we've lost, how deeply people regret what we've lost, and the enormity of the challenge that we as a society face in trying to get it back. And that was a walk I did about 2 or 3 years ago, it was kind of several months before the lockdown, along the line of the River Ver, which flows past St Albans. And the River Ver is part of an ecosystem that is as unique and distinctive as the Brazilian rainforest or whatever. And I think it's almost entirely distinctive to southern England. I think there are a few of them in northern France, and that is they are chalk streams. These are incredibly precious, incredibly rare ecosystems. And if you go to the source of the Ver and you walk right the way along to where it joins with another river, you can see vividly the scale of the catastrophe that is facing this unbelievably precious ecosystem. Because for miles and miles, there is no river at all. You will pass kind of weirs that were built in the 19th century, absolutely dry. Or if they're not dry, they will be full of toxic mud. You get to St Albans, the river was navigable. You know, the Ver gives its name to Verulamium, the name of the Roman city on which St Albans was subsequently founded. And again, it is the river there is so toxic that every year they have massive bouts of bird flu So if you're wondering what's going to come next after COVID, look to the parks in St Albans for one possibility. And it is absolutely shocking, and only when you get to the very lower reaches do you start to see hints of perhaps wildlife that aren't just kind of weeds that have swamped the river. Now, I did that walk with Fergal Sharkey, who of course has become a very, very prominent campaigner on that, and he's become a prominent campaigner because he's a fly fisherman. And as we did the walk, we met all kinds of fly fishermen at the absolute, I would imagine, the backbone of local conservative associations, the small platoons, people who I would absolutely guarantee voted Conservative, but who were so upset, so furious about it. And we also met Extinction Rebellion protesters in St Albans. So people were upset about this across the entire political divide, and you think, well, surely here is a no-brainer. You asked about, what can we do, what can Britain do for the biodiversity for the COP? I would have thought restoring this very, very distinctive framework of biodiversity, i.e. restoring the chalk streams, would be an obvious example. But there's a huge problem, because the reason why those chalk streams are dry and dying and dead is because the water companies are extracting water from the aquifers that lie under London to keep the growing population of London, which has grown and grown and grown over the past few decades, in water. And it seems incredible that in Britain, with all our rain, London should be at risk of running out of water. But it is because the water companies have not been investing in the kind of sewerage systems and reservoirs and pipes and so on that they should have been. And so as a result, trout and water insects and water species are paying the price. Now, I'm not an economist, I'm not a government minister, I don't know what you do about that, but it's clear that just saying, well, we've got to bring back, chalk streams, it opens up a huge can of worms, if I can mix my fishing metaphors. But I would have thought that if Britain wants to make a splash and not seem an absolute arrogant hypocrite when lecturing people from Brazil or Indonesia or African countries on this, we should be doing something to restore the chalk streams. And, if we're talking about bellwether species, I think there are also bellwether environments, and I would have said that chalk streams were absolutely the essence of that.
Fully agreed. I think that's something everyone can get behind, our precious chalk streams. I'm going to invite Director of SEN, Sam Hall, to the podium just to conclude today's conference.
Hi everyone, I'll try and be brief because I know that we're already running late, but yeah, as James has said, this brings to a close our Nature Conference today. I want to start by saying a few words of thank you. So firstly, thanks to all of you who've come today, and to those who've been watching on the live stream. I hope you found it a stimulating discussion and inspiring, and you've got lots of questions answered that you had coming into today. I'd also like to thank the SEN team, particularly James and Kitty and the Nature team and other SEN colleagues for doing such a brilliant job of organising today's conference and making sure that everything runs smoothly. I know it's taken lots of months of painstaking planning, but yeah, massive credit to them for pulling this off. Also like to thank our speakers, the Secretary of State who started the day, the members of the SEN Parliamentary Caucus who've crossed St James's Park to come today, and the experts, practitioners who've also contributed their time and their insights into how we can protect and restore our natural heritage. I know it's not a quiet time at the moment in UK politics, so your time is greatly appreciated. Just a few words to sort of sum up what I think we've heard about today. So we'd hoped coming into this conference that our speakers would help us articulate the case for restoring nature in a way that will resonate with Conservatives. And as we've heard repeatedly today, Conservatives, I think, are instinctive conservationists and care passionately about handing on to the next generation a healthy and thriving natural inheritance. We've heard about the role of property rights within that and the inspiration that gives to steward land and landscapes more effectively. We've heard about how beauty of our landscapes that have been managed and maintained in certain ways can inspire us to look after it and to restore nature further. We've heard also about the centrality of communities to nature and how nature projects can bind communities together and create a shared sense of purpose. And we've also heard about the fear of loss as well, that we might lose some of our natural beauty and indeed have already lost a lot of it, and how that in particular motivates Conservatives. We've also tried to think about solutions as well, and we've heard, I think, some key Conservative solutions to the decline of the natural world today, how we can internalise nature within markets, within economic decision-making, and also get more private finance flowing towards nature-based solutions. And we've heard from people who are actually delivering nature restoration schemes on the ground and doing it in a practical way for our farmers, people that are custodians of our national parks. And then we've also heard a lot about what the government's been doing to restore nature and protect the environment. I think particularly an issue that's very topical at the moment is the reforms to the government's agricultural payment scheme. And there's often this tension that gets presented between how we produce food and improve the environment, as though these two goals cannot be delivered together. And I think that we've heard today comprehensively rebutted. We know that we can't keep depleting our natural capital if we want to continue producing food for generations to come. We know there's lots of potential to incentivise nature restoration on the least productive parts of our farmland, and also great economic opportunities for farmers from doing so. Briefly, to conclude, I just want to look ahead to some of the work that SEN has got coming up as part of our nature programme, and to hopefully trail some of the things that we've got coming in the coming weeks and months. So our SEN Parliamentary Caucus, a subset of them, is going to be publishing an essay collection in the next month or so with policy ideas for how we can deliver nature restoration, climate action and food security at the same time across a range of different habitats and landscapes. So do watch out for that. For councillors in our network, we're publishing 2 toolkits in the coming months ahead of the local elections, with campaign ideas for pledges they can make on nature, net zero and clean air, and also advice on how they can implement the local net zero target. So if you're a councillor and you've not already, please do sign up as a SEN councillor on our website. But this conference marks the sort of culmination of the high point of our first year of our dedicated nature programme, and there's been lots of work over the course of the year with our parliamentary caucus on a number of different campaigns, including the net zero for nature that we've heard about, the 2030 species abundance target, which hopefully can act to guide lots of the different schemes that have been set up through the Environment Act. The work that Philip Dunn has led with SEN MP on tackling storm overflows and improving our sewage system, and also making sure that we keep going with the environmental land management schemes, which, as Ben said at the start, is the greatest win for nature we've had in a generation. So we're really looking forward to continuing this work over the coming years. We've got lots more planned on agriculture, rivers, marine, housing and planning, and lots more. So please do get in touch if you want to discuss any of that with me or James. Lots of ideas we've had as well from today's conference that we will be taking forward as well as part of that work. So just leave it to say thank you very much once again for coming. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and if you haven't yet, please take a mug, a Build Back Beaver mug, which are available downstairs on your way out. We're keen to get rid of them before we go. But yeah, thank you very much for that.